And we're back. Sorry about the delay if you've been watching since map 1. If you haven't, you're watching the Delaware Blue Hens and the University of Maryland Terps Esports. Right now, the Terps, they're up 1-0. They've got their first map win of the season. It came on Control on Ilios, and next we're headed into Blizzard World. Sam, what are we thinking about this game? Is it gonna be a tight bout? Because Ilios did look a little bit lopsided toward the end there.
It did at the end there, and given that we're going to Blizzard World, I don't know that I would say there's going to be a repeat here. You can run these brawl comps that both teams really do want to favor and do want to run, but there's so much high ground that needs to be maintained, and it changes your style of play a bit. So I do think that if the University of Delaware wanted to try to throw a curveball, maybe get them off of a comfort comp that they know they can't play as well against, that they might be struggling against, this might be the way to do it, is to force them into something that makes a dive, makes a poke comp, something that really changes a bit of a curveball in their face. So I do expect to see that as we load in. But given, like you said, this was the Terps' first map win against everything else, their earlier rounds were pretty tough here, Berkeley. I mean, it was Auburn and Ohio State Scarlet. That's no joke of teams. That's a rough start to this. So we really are getting to see both of these teams kind of play in kind of what might be more reasonable matchups, you know, because there are some powerhouses in this division after all.
Oh yeah, there definitely is. And I'm looking forward to see one of these teams actually just kind of get really comfortable playing their style of Overwatch, not having to play one of the titans of Legends division and feel like they're in a comfortable contest with an opponent that's very equally matched to them, especially on paper, right?
Yeah.
And I think what you started at the beginning of your point was Blizzard World being a great look at a different team's kind of strengths with a lot of different compositions. I think Blizzard World, I got to agree, at least for hybrid maps, it has the most diverse 3 points, where you like to run poke on point 1 because of the long sight line. On point 2, it's a central high ground. You love to run dive comps there. And then on point 3, it's linear. There's a roof over your head. You might go to a brawl. So we could see a bunch of different things from these teams here. That is one of my favorite things about Blizzard World.
I agree with you completely. And these comps coming out do show two entirely different things. A bit of a defensive bunker from the side of the Blue Hens, and the Terps with this aggressive kind of dive comp is very interesting. The Diva, in particular, I'm keeping an eye on paired with this Tracer.
Yeah, the only mirrored hero in this game right now is the Zenyatta. How often do we see at the highest division of collegiate Overwatch, there's just one mirrored hero on a map? That is incredible. I think the state of the game is so good right now.
And not only that, but absolutely one of our Zenyatta's is popping off there with Paul in 2. But now that the tank is running down, it's up for the rest of the Terps to clean this up, and it looks like they will take firm control here. Pretty slow and aggressively kind of how this comp wants to play. Really setting up the success for both those DPS from either a long-range pick or from that Tracer coming in, and Paul leading. Just look at the ult charge on Paul, already doubled over from Steph, just already huge to be prepared and continue going into this phase. Now, they are a little bit better positioned just from their comp, like you said here, to maintain this high ground and keep this going, and I do think that that will work on their favor. They just need to not overcommit and not get caught out of position as this cart rolls through here.
Yeah, and going back to the ult charge from the supports, as Speep starts to come alive with the headshot kill onto Steph, but point number 1 was just backpacked by the Terps Esports backline. They just really stepped up to the table. Huge right there, and if they could continue that success going for the rest of the map, well, you love it when your damage dealers don't have to have that heavy lifting of all of the damage responsibilities in the game.
Absolutely, and there's the nano in to even prove that goes onto the Diva.
Yeah, Tony's going right in like a heat-seeking missile, closing in on Sully. Sully can't get away, and the payload will continue to just cut through street space like butter here, Soab. How can the Blue Hens respond? Where should they set up? How should they be setting up? Who should they target?
They were in the right position, but they just eventually got forced off. It seems like the kind of crossfires that were set up really just kind of played them. Right now, they have to play this last corner. It's their last hope, and they need to take back this high ground from Tony. But there are 3 ultimates against them, so this is going to be an uphill climb.
Oh, Tony trying to own it. Oh, the bomb kicks out Steph, and Speep is there to find the headshot. Immortality Field goes down as well, and Tony once more just like a heat-seeking missile on that high ground. knows the valuable spot of point B, goes straight forward, and the Terps have just swept through the first 2 points. That is as clean as can be. 5:23 in the time bank.
Just a very, very dominant control of the map positioning and of their own shot calling as well. This Terps team seems to be very aware of what they need to do. And even this Doomfist, which I would normally be like, this is interesting. This feels so calculated with this Terps team that I don't even question it here. There's obviously something that they have set up for this.
Yeah, just way more closed corridors, but they want to keep this dive, this fast action team alive. TBD, man, is able to silence Speed. Finally, the Blue Hens have a kill confirmed, and they can push the aggression here if they choose to. But right now, Carter has that shield cracked, walks around the corner. I think it's the safe call.
It is. Considering that was the first final blow in a fight that really went to them, it is important to note that is there. But the Terps keep their pressure up here.
Yeah, they do. Pumpkin pays for it a little bit, though. Zunes finds the headshot, but does pay for that as well. Tony closes right in, and the Widowmaker is no more. Speep again continues to wreak havoc on this Blue Hen squad, finds the kill onto Steph, and now, although Carter's trying to buy some purchase in this fight, it's probably too little too late. Once again, the Blue Hens have to backpedal.
They do, and I do like the idea of maintaining this Rhine. It does force and really punish all these divers, but the problem is I don't think the Rhine's getting the support. The Terps are doing such a great job of making them keep their heads on a swivel. That's working. They'll come into Nano Fist with a pulse bomb here, and the Terps, this is the Terps' fight to lose here.
And they start to immediately as the fire strike through the Matrix, which we just know the Blue Hens are so good at that one play. That finds both of those supports, right? So the Terps, as long as they can track that amplification Matrix, that is the Blue Hens' best play that we've seen in this matchup tonight. Yeah. And if they track that well, I mean, I think the Terps continue to just run and find new gear after new gear in this match. But it's been pretty much a showstopper for the Blue Hens anytime they've had it. This fight, though, they don't have it. Carter's still alive in the front line, takes down both supports on the side of the Terps, and the Terps have to find something fast here. Novazor is in the back line, gets the stick onto Carter. Carter goes down to Tony's rocket punch, but still it looks like the Terps will have to wash their hands of this fight as TBD Man is stabilizing the back line. No problem at all.
Yeah, the team has really just kind of settled into their own positional on the side of the Blue Hen, and it's really just come to be that they are realizing they need to play as more of a rock-solid unit. It's easier to protect the rest of your team when you are stuck together, though this Whittle duel does continue to go on. You can see how just defended they are. The position they're holding has changed. That'll bring in the ball just to displace it, and I think that is the right call. But this is going to be a dry fight for the Terps. They just need to pull some space and time out here.
And Steph drops the beat there to send the front line forward. TVD Man on the flank gets the sticky onto Pumpkin. Novazor goes down as well. TVD Man does fall to Tony, but again, how much purchase can you continue to buy late in these fights? The Terps have to find a way to generate the first pick like they did so well on point 1 and 2. You fall down on point 3, the defenders have those spawns, they'll bounce back. The Terps need to find a way to spark this early next fight.
They do, but I mean, we got to give it to the Blue Hens, who have been kind of overrun on what they think they've been wanting to do. It seems like they've caught wind of the Terps' plans and really taken advantage of it. And again, Zunes coming up top will kind of signal that to us.
Yeah, and again, giving it to the Blue Hens here. They've killed 3 minutes of this point 3 attack. Remember, the Terps had 5:25 in the time bank, and the Blue Hens made just great adjustments here, swapping Carter over to the Reinhardt, using that natural cover, those shield angles to kind of mitigate what Speep was able to do on Widowmaker. Now Speep's back over to the Sojourn, so Terps are playing their comfort comp here with Tony on the Wrecking Ball. We'll see if that gets it going for him, but that 5.5 minute time bank, it's starting to look a little shaky now, Soev.
Yeah, it is, and the Blue Hens have done a very good job recognizing the weaknesses that needed to be adjusted to. So playing into this kind of a ball and punishment as opposed to an aggressive comp has worked, but there is an aggressive pulse bomb that finds value.
And finally, the Terps have the first pick of the fight, and they smell blood in the water. They go forward with it. Tony has the minefield to put down 2 if need be. Slamming in, saves the minefield for a moment. Wants to make sure the Terps are collected, and right now it seems like they are. I love that restraint, saving the minefield here, because now, how do the Blue Hens even get out of a spawn? They've really got no way to do it. No immortality field coming out, no sound barrier. This is going to be mayhem.
Yeah, there are just too much of ultimates on the side of the Terps. They shouldn't just be able to wrap this up. They need to buy the space first, though.
And there's that minefield like we talked about. Just trying to navigate this incredibly dangerous terrain here. TVD Man goes down, trying to flank. Pumpkin is able to get that kill. Transcendence comes out from Paul. Novazor has another pulse bomb here, although it doesn't have anything sticky on it. Zunes can't get out of the way. And here the Terps are sweeping away, finally, but let's not negate the Blue Hens' phenomenal third-point defense, turning 5.5 minutes to just 35 seconds.
That is a huge comeuppance for them. They were able to kind of finally get control of the tempo of the game. They may not have, they thought they were playing on what the grounds they had, eventually just couldn't really play to what that composition that the Terps were bringing to the table really understood. When they finally realized, look, we are just getting dove from too many angles, we just need to kind of hunker down and just put a punishment on them for diving in. The Terps really looked like a team that could stand up against, could stand up against the Terps there. The Hens just managed to make themselves, just took them a little bit longer than they probably would have liked to find this answer. So flipping it over to the attack now, it's going to probably be the same thing, and my question mark is you can't do that it's not as stable of a plan on the attack end. You have to play a more aggressive comp, and it looks like they are going to do that, bringing in the Sombra and the Tracer. I do like this compositional change. I think as a whole, you're putting a lot more pressure just from the similar cross angles you were making before. But what this does, given that you have these multiple flankers plus Zen, it really just makes everybody vulnerable. There are still several vulnerable targets for the Terps, and now it just becomes Delaware's chance to find the target that has the Discord, whoever can call out that they have an opening to aggress onto, and really just take advantage of that. They just need to not get caught out versus the Terp side. The Ana has a lot of defensive abilities, as we all know, so they have to burn those out before they can really take the moment. It's going to come to patience, and it's going to come to solid teamwork for the side of the Blue Hens to really crack this first point open.
We'll see if they can crack it open here. They're running a comp that Converse University, another Legends team, one of the Titans of Legends division from the past couple of semesters. They love this comp the Blue Hens are on. TVD Man is looking for a half primarily on the Terps Tracer player, leaving them at 150 HP with no blinks for a couple seconds. That's the dive target. I love that coordination, how they just tried to seize that high ground as fast as possible.
They took it right back. That was a 4v1 by the time they caught everything. Even here, it's 2 and 3. The Sombra is not alone. The Sombra is alone. They do manage to find the trades, but the Terps will hold it for now, just given on their coordination. And you can see it has just been finding these 2v1s, 3v1s, and just recognizing when someone is getting attacked and focusing it in, protecting the Zenyatta and the Ana. Just important plays. And Tony, again, coming up with these big picks. With the Zenyatta assist from Paul. That's kind of the story here, right? Is we're looking and we're calling, where is our Zenyatta orb? Where is our Discord at? And it's coming through so effectively. Now, because of all that great play, there's a few ults up for the Terps on this. They will have Pulse Bomb, but the thing that's giving me a little concern for them, Sully is ahead for Transcendence. It's going to come down to who can kind of use it last in these poke comps. So forcing the Trance on either side out is first, and forcing a Tracer out first is huge too.
Well, both teams lacking a damage dealer right now as Speep also goes down to the dive from Carter. The Pulse Bomb comes in, nothing sticky on that one. Novazor has to cycle back to point. Carter does go down to Tony, though. Got a little over-aggressive with that last dive, and now there's just no way for the Blue Hens to push in tankless.
Yeah, and they have to wait. They don't really have the... Look at how close they're playing together. You can see the Sombra feeding the information back. There's just a very, very almost Death Ball-y unit to this. They're very aware that they have vulnerable targets, and the Tony on this Diva is playing so well with that Matrix in mind. They have the wealth of ultimates on their sides on both sides. Again, it's just going to come down to who uses them later here.
Well, now Carter rolling around pretty low here, doesn't have the shield cooldown, trying to kick off the Zen, slamming down. They don't find the kill, though. How on earth is Paul still alive there? Pumpkin just chooses to nano Paul. What an insane play. I mean, you don't have a ton of nano targets. You might as well use that to just buy a second life for your Zenyatta, especially with the game that Paul's been having. But what a move there by Pumpkin.
Yeah, that's a good decision because it doesn't really get value on a lot of these other heroes. So I like that decision, and they'll be rewarded from that good playmaking with that Paul holding on to Trance and their opposite side as well. I am curious to see because the EMP... Now, I don't know about you, Berkeley, but every time I've seen an EMP go off, it has not gone the way they want it to. So I'm very curious to see where this EMP goes for the side of the Blue Hens. They're running out of time in a minute left with 4 ultimates on the board. They can win this if they kind of just pair it all together.
They use the minefield first to try and displace the Terps, put them in an uncomfortable spot, maybe sheepdog them into this building, and now TVD Man is just kind of eyeing this up, wanting to drop that EMP at any moment, but they don't really have a ton of damage to just couple with it and have that right-left combo that they need. The EMP does go into the building. Paul actually drops, and that's a pretty easy kill for them to confirm because his shield is just eviscerated, but now How do you build on this momentum? The Blue Hens, they pop the Transcendence, but they lose Zune in the transition. Steph also popping the rally here, trying to keep this Delaware squad fully supported, but is it going to be enough here? Novazor has the Pulse Bomb and lands it onto Sully.
Great stick there. Paul is on the way back, though, with Trance, so there is still a little bit of time to be had. I don't know that they'll make it, but they may use it to contest here. It just kind of depends as these points tick down. They may also just play for, the middle part of this. They are in both ultimates. The Tracer is there. They will give it up. Yeah, that's probably the correct call. They are in a better position strategically to just hold on to these support ultimates and use them for the next fight and lose more time here. They have 2 minutes to burn through. I do like this call from the Terps to try to just give up the space, play for the next fight now that the Sombra has burned out everything. And if you've been tracking well, there's nothing to really get in your way. There should be a one fight simply on these support ultimates alone to keep everybody up and healthy.
Yeah, the nano boost to amp up some damage, the Transcendence if you need it. Hack does come in on the
wow.
Paul Carter. That's their most coordinated dive we've seen yet. So if they can continue to do that, Paul, who's been having such a great game, is going to be in a ton of trouble.
Oh yeah, that was just a very calculated call, and we are seeing this Blue Hens team come to life with that Sombra. They need to bring in something here, but again, Seep Finding too keeps this fight alive for the Terps to hold here, and without even committing an ultimate, which is a huge way to win this fight, winning in this neutral will mean that they'll continue to burn more off the clock, and have more answers. They just, again, I want to see Paul get that level of safety and protection that has kind of been missing from these last 2 fights. He has been the first pick on both of those fights, and considering he's been holding Trance, and that's your answer to most of these upcoming things, you need to keep Paul safe. So protect the President here. Protect the President here. You can do it.
Without a doubt, the Secret Service here is coming up into the battleground for Terps Esports. Right now it looks like Speep is hacked up there, but it doesn't look like TVD Man is able to outright win that duel. So 5v5 for the time being, but this fight is about to pop off. A lot of damage dealing ultimates. Paul pops the Transcendence early. A little bit of a panic mode there, but it's going to keep the Terps stabilized on the high ground that they want to hold.
Yeah. And considering you held that with just committing Trance, you are looking very good for the Terps. So great consideration for their ultimates. They'll have 3 to start this off.
Oh, that was beautiful. The slam onto Speep comboed with the damage from the EMP. They've got to find more here, though. That's a fantastic nade. Pumpkin has made so many great plays from the support slot. The nano onto Paul earlier, and that nade to save Tony's life. And Tony has self-destruct here, too. The nano goes onto Tony. Tony's just an unkillable force here. The Terps are just putting everything into him.
They have to. They know that they taste the blood and they can close it out. That will be the self-destruct to get a new mech, and I don't think there's anybody to really contest it here.
Oh, no, there's not. There's just 20 seconds left, so it is crunch time here for the Blue Hens, but that last fight was just beautiful. Tony got that clutch nade from Pumpkin. That essentially gave him another life, then got the nano from Pumpkin, essentially a second life, and had the self-destruct. Anytime your tank has 3 lives in one fight, that's insane. People think Mercy Res is OP. Well, Pumpkin basically just had 2 Mercy Reses and 1 amped up damage at the same time. Terps win Blizzard World. That was phenomenal support play. That is how you want to play Overwatch 2.
I think that is the frame of the day here, is incredible support play from the side of the Terps. Just phenomenal decision making, just awareness of what needs to happen in the situation, and this Ana Zen backline, which could look a little fragile on paper, really came through in the end. We do got a shout out for the Blue Hens though, because their team has been playing well, but it's worth noting just, we all love a good DPS player. We love a good DPS highlight reel. This has been an incredible highlight reel from the support lines and really setting the standard for what you want your backline to do from both of those players. Paul, we were joking and kind of looking at him as the senior of this squad. What are they bringing? Are they bringing leadership? If nothing else, they are bringing something in that support role that really is firing up the team very well, and you love to see that from your players, especially your older players.
Yeah, Sam, I think we think that so much of the shot calling in these games probably comes from the tank and the flex DPS who might be able to flank around. But I think this team has some incredibly vocal supports, right? Like, I bet Pumpkin is just yelling out to Tony, I got you, and I got you again. One with the nade, letting him know he had the nano boost ready for him to expend that second life and then save the self-destruct for as long as possible. I think anytime your supports can engage with your team like that, you know what resources you have, and supports have the biggest cooldowns in the game, right? So with Pumpkin and Paul making that much of a difference, this Terps team, it seems like they've found their stride for the first time of the season, and it's a beautiful sight to see.
Yeah, and that's an early 2-0 that is really put on their shoulders. So they should continue this kind of great play as long as their team supports that going into this. So I mean, I'm not going to say we're on a definitive match point here because anything is possible, but I will say that you have to be slightly concerned if you're the Blue Hens because this support line has really been what's killing you. Even with all these flankers, even with all this pressure onto them, they continue to rise up, and that is something that has to be giving you some pause if you're the Blue Hens.
Yeah, but again, to the Blue Hens' credit, they did kind of seize a style of play in that last game that gave them a
Yeah.
ton of control. On point three, that brawl comp worked, especially when the Terps wanted to continue to play a more mobile comp. So they've got the map pick here, and we just had Dorado banned. So what do you think is a couple of good maps for them to pick?
Well, given from what we've seen from them, and I do think that they have this very defensive style of brawl going into escort. Like if with Dorado being banned tells me that we are trying to avoid playing high grounds. We're trying to avoid that. I don't know that there's going to be a bad choice from the map pool to really pick here. I think the question mark is going to be.
I'm doing some calculating right now too.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
At some point in every escort map, it kind of opens up and dive is really strong. So
Yeah.
there's trouble on all the maps, but maybe a few that might be good for them. Havana and Rialto at parts, but also I think Havana and point two could just be catastrophic if you get held a little bit.
Yeah, it could be a tough. We're going to take a minute to think on that, and you should too. We'll find that answer when we come back in just a quick minute.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill. I know life's short, so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
All right, welcome back. We're on match point here between the Blue Hens and Terps Esports. University of Delaware down 0-2 to the University of Maryland. We're headed to Junkertown next. So we know that the Blue Hens kind of found a strength in their brawl comp on Blizzard World. Do you think they play that all 3 points here, or do you think they go a little more mobile at parts?
I think that you can, if you really are feeling it and you really find that success, you can force it all the way through to the end. But C is really the big question mark to me. A has these long sight lines, but it's for the most part pretty flat. So I think you could really afford to rush someone down, especially if you like that May Rhine comp that we'd seen earlier on that first map. I think you can make that work through A and B. That said, once you get to C, that high ground that controls the center is still really, really important. So I'm very interested to see what happens, because the other thing that we were kind of joking about it as we came into this, there was a little bit of a range, a hit scan or a range duel that we never really saw much action into between Seep and Zooms over on Widowmakers and Sojourners respectively, but we hadn't seen a lot. Now, sure, Blue Hens bringing out what looked pretty confident for them, and I don't hate that, considering how mobile this comp can be. You have the protection for your Zen. You have a lot of mobile characters that can play aggressively. Yeah, I like it. I think this can work. It has been kind of a comp that can work on a wide open map like Junkertown. I reserve the right to talk about this Junkrat and Torbjorn until the door opens, because this is a high damage. There we go. Okay, thank you. That wasn't the change I was expecting to see.
Could still be locker room shenanigans.
Yeah, like I'm not. Look, yeah, look. We have 7 seconds. Like I want to give some hard analysis on. Okay, thank you. Finally, let me talk about this, please, Terps. Yeah, the Widow is more of what I was expecting. They are going to opt into this poke comp, but it's notable that Pumpkin and Paul are staying on these backline heroes here, moving over to the Baptiste and Zen, a more fragile but high damage, and we've noticed how much damage and help they put out into their team. I say, yeah. This seems to make sense. If they can put out the damage and help carry their part in this, no reason not to, especially with these long-range hit scans.
Oh, and right away, Pumpkin bursting down TVD, man, with help, of course, from Paul. These two, we talked about this during the break. It is so refreshing to see in a high-ranked Overwatch game the supports be such a factor in the damage-dealing part of a match. This is something you really don't see much, and the Terps have just done it in spades throughout the first 3 maps.
Agreed. And I mean, look at how much space they're providing for their backline to just live into. Like, they have control of this map, and they're very, very aware of where the Blue Hens keep coming through, and they're just getting this for free, Berkeley.
Yeah, just going right in. Oh, that's a great hack on the Pumpkin. They can't get the kill, though. Pumpkin and Paul do such a great job communicating with each other, keeping each other alive in the backline. The peel's not always there from the rest of their team, but Pumpkin and Paul are always hand in hand, hard to separate, and the payload just 2 meters away from the finish line on point 1 here on Junkertown, and Paul comes alive again. It's the supports, the spark plug of the fight. They find the opening pick once more, and this should be easy for the Terps to clean up on point 1, but Carter says not so fast. Is able to take down someone who's been backpacking the Terps for so long, but that's when the rest of the team can come alive and say, nah, we got this.
Yeah, the peel from the Terps has just been textbook. That is perfectly what you want to see out of your team. And I think, just to their credit, they have been playing well together. You can kind of see it. The calls and the responses from the team has been there. They'll continue to buy a little bit more space as they maintain this high ground, with Seep just looking for shots, putting it out there. But we do have to say, like, those are both won in the neutral, and the Terps have been very successful in these neutral fights. Now with ults coming online and sights there, I'm more concerned about Paul making shots here as opposed to Seep. Seep has looked good, but Paul with sights is concerning to me.
Yeah, Paul is just racking up that volley of Zenyatta orbs and looking to just lace someone, but Speep does take advantage of their own ultimate there, wins the duel easily against Zunes. Anytime you have that wall hack information and you're a one-hit character who's an incredibly high rank, yeah, you get the edge. But finally we get this hit scan duel that kind of evaded us on Blizzard World. We will see the Widow versus Widow for a few fights. Tony, oh.
I mean, that was just basically the kind of side fight here, because meanwhile Tony was leading the charge on that Sigma, just playing aggressively. And you know, I do love to see this. This is the aggressive kind of 2-man plays. Look at wow, aggressive plays from these supports. You'd love to see it. But like, to the credit of the Terps, they have just constantly been setting up 2v1s, 3v1s. They've been playing together as a unit. And that kind of team play is so important. That's how you go these clocks with 5 minutes on, 3 ultimates up. Paul now, again, having Trance in hand, Sully is not far behind. So I do expect them to have it. I want them to protect Paul for this EMP, though, because that has been their only kind of a thing in their way going into these fights, is just getting kind of burned by these EMPs. If they can survive this EMP upcoming, they can continue to roll this out and bring it home.
Paul, for the second time in 2 fights, volleys a flurry of orbs into Zune's face, and again finds the opening pick. Paul is just the final boss, the front line, the damage, the support. Paul and Pumpkin, when they're by themselves, they can take any piece of the map they want, and right now they're up on the high ground with Novazor. This is a fierce, a ferocious-looking Terp squad.
They look incredibly strong. If you had told me this squad was 0-2, I might have been I might have not believed you just based on this. But the other part to this, all credit, is the rest of the Terps front line. Tony has been absolutely playing out of his mind and providing the space for his sports to shine.
The EMP does come out. Paul goes down as Carter's there to couple the damage with the EMP with a nice dive swooping in. Zunes again evens out the fight at 3 versus 3. Pumpkin having to backpedal here while simultaneously keeping Tony alive, but for how long? Zunes and Sully SW finally start to get activated, and it looks like we could see our first stop for the Blue Hens.
And it's worth noting that stop from the Blue Hens came because we took Paul out of the equation. We found the target that we needed to punish, and were able to do so. The dives have looked good, to their credit. The Blue Hens have looked good. They have been calling those targets. It's just the support has been there for the Terps, and they're just slightly getting a little bit timed on their attacks. So Mines and Trance up for the Blue Hens. Zoom's going down, though, does not look well for them to hold here.
Look at this transition, too, just crossing the catwalk on the high ground. How many times have you played Junkertown, and this is how your team has attacked point 3? Just saying, we don't even care about the low ground. We're taking all the catwalk space. We're coming right to your front door, and our Zenyatta is going to lead the way with the damage right behind the shield of Tony, and then popping the trance. They're taking this one to the house.
They've touched the spawn door. The cart kind of hasn't been rolling, though, so now they're a little bit stuck, though. But they're, again, 2, 3, 4 together. This team playing like a unit will get this the rest of the way. They just need to not get a little too in their own head to let this fall apart.
And Tony almost has Gravitic Flux as well. The Dragon Strike comes in. Paul again takes down the Widowmaker on the side of the Blue Hens. They're saving the Flux here for any stall that might happen, but it looks like the Terps will be awarded with a massive time bank here to close out Junkertown. 2 minutes and 21 seconds.
They lost one fight, Berkeley. They lost one fight in that Junkertown for the side of the Terps. Just in great positioning. Throughout the map. They knew exactly where they wanted to be, where to position their supports to enable them, and that is a team that looks practiced, has definitely been hitting the books and watching the tape to lead them to success. That combination of just shot calling, team awareness, positionals, that is what leads you to a time bank like that.
Yeah, and talk about looking practiced. I meant it when I said, how many times have you played Junkertown and you're a team attack this way? When they went from high ground straight to that staircase that led near the spawns of the defenders on the last point, that does not happen. Terps have an insane level of confidence in this matchup right now.
Yeah, they obviously know and have some preset plans here, especially now given the other side of this comp. They are aware that they can't poke. They don't feel as comfortable on the poke here, so instead they're going to bring in more Brawl. I do think this is interesting. Lucio Zen, arguably one of the lowest healing comps we can get out of this, so I do think this is interesting. I am a little concerned for, Paul, as we've seen, has put in so much work. I wish we had the numbers on just the amount of damage Paul has been putting in, because now there's a little bit less support for Paul. But I do think that this is a little bit more staying power amongst the team itself. They just need to play a little bit more as a unit and continue to do so. And just how they have been playing, I see that happening on this aggressive hold.
And this is a composition that is starting to actually take some serious shape in high-ranked Overwatch, especially when you want to just rush down and hold a spawn like they're doing. Of course, Lucio Zen doesn't seem like that much heals, but you gotta remember, Junker Queen has an ability to heal and speed up the entire team. That can be comboed with your Lucio speed boost, so your disengage is incredible. Novazor has a wall and the cryo freeze, so they can heal themselves, separate themselves from the enemy, but it looks like Blue Hens are going to have none of this, at least not first fight. Tony, again, though, throws in the knife and says, I'll find a pair with that and make this a little bit interesting.
Yeah, that at least buys them some time for a recovery. Now that we've kind of settled on some comps, we'll bring out the RAM and we'll just decide, all right, we're going to make those changes. We needed this sustained to get through. Let's make some changes back to what we want to play. They will go back to their dive comp now that they've broken that quick hold, and we're now we're playing Overwatch here, because now we're exactly where we want to be. The May, interestingly, stayed, but I don't hate it. I actually do think the isolation isn't a bad play, especially with how your support line has been looking. This is a great adaptation to this comp.
Has the potential to just one-hit Zunes with a headshot, just randomly.
Yeah.
Speep again. This is a team that has some stability, has some poke, pretty well rounded, and Speep again wins the Widowmaker duel. It seems like the Blue Hens are struggling to find a Widowmaker player that can just get them the opening pick consistently, like we've seen Speep do.
Yeah, and they are going to give up the goat there. They will go back to full dive and full bother here. And I think this is a comp that works for them. We have seen them find success for the Blue Hens. I think the thing they just need to do is make a little more clear in their communications as to who they're diving and calling on their targets and really who they're collapsing on, because they have the tools. They just need to be a little more timely in it for that success.
Well, Zunes comes in, a little bit of a panic there as they throw the pulse bomb out to the bottom of the staircase. It does not stick on to Paul, and instead, Paul gets the last laugh there onto Zunes, the only laugh, in fact, and look at the kill feed. How many times have we seen this? It's the supports up there. This is just such a great story that we got to keep harping back to in this game. Paul and Pumpkin, what a duo.
They have looked incredibly good, but like there was a moment right there as you called it, because Zunes looked back and threw the pulse bomb, saw the support, and saw Paul and went, "I need to make this pick." But they didn't have a follow up. They didn't have a partner to dive with, and that's been the difference. Paul again proving they don't need help. They will eventually get punished for it, but the ults are there for the Terps to hold, so they should be able to hold this even with man down.
It is a crucial man down, though. They've got a ton of resources to keep the Blue Hens at bay. The Flux will be the first thing popped. Can they find this kill onto Sully? Absolutely not. Popping the Transcendence. It's big to get that ult out, but that is also when you want to use the Trance, right, to counter that Flux. That's really the only time, and it still looks like the Blue Hens have the window to continue this attack onto first point, and this is when the Widowmaker can really start to look good, because these are tough sightlines for the Terps to navigate.
Ooh. Oh, wow. Carter coming in 3 just to clean that up is huge, though, because that's going to make this last contest a little bit more difficult if they could even get there. Had they gotten out a little bit sooner, you might have had a recontest, so now it's going to fall to B as they hold on to these. Tony going to give up and go to the D.Va. Yeah, I mean, you just have to peel for your supports, and this is where you play the D.Va for, right? When you know your support line is popping and putting in the work that you want to be able to move and cover for them, and this is exactly where they want to be. So Terps prime to hold simply on the ult economy alone. The defensive power they hold is good. They just need to survive the EMP first.
Oh, Pumpkin chucks a frisbee back in Paul's direction, and Paul receives it so well. That dive was just succinct onto Speep and Paul, but, I mean, Pumpkin just turning around at the exact choice moment to save both of them.
Yeah, just great play there. Blizzard's out, though, and the fight is ready.
Man, slowly going down. That's a nice Blizzard here. The attackers just kind of expending a resource from their Mei, which is the one part of this composition that I think they could turn into a different hero, right? So I think using that Blizzard right there might be their sign to switch heroes. We'll see what Novazor does here.
Yeah, I don't think you stay on that. I think that's a point of you just have Blizzard. You're going to commit it here anyways, even with 23 on. It looks like they disagree with us. They do find value in it. So, sure, that seems they obviously know something we don't. And, I mean, if you're are we going to really argue with the Terps given how they've looked here, Berkeley? I don't know about that. But I will say that TVD, man, is way deep. It does have EMP, is looking to buy this space on their own. And that's not a bad play. Sometimes you need to play aggressively to get what you need.
And the Terps using Paul's Transcendence here just to burst out of that tight choke to kind of get out and get some ground as the defenders. TVD man knows that with no Transcendence, this EMP is going to be free. Pumpkin does go down there, but Paul says, "I'll take your tank away." The pillar of this Blue Hens team is now no longer in the fray here. What can they get done without their main taker of space, if you will? And it doesn't look like much, at least not for the time being, especially not when this heat-seeking missile on D.Va is going around cleaning up your DPS.
Yeah, Tony has been very, very effective when it comes to, you can tell exactly where the callouts have been. You know, the call came in for support, and Big Boss Tony shows up to help with that. They've isolated it, and they will find a late pick. That is a huge late pick, again, to buy a little more time. A minute on the clock means it's last fight, and there's not much on the table for either of these teams. The Blizzard is the sole winning factor here for the Terps, and they have just been playing so aggressively and making these callouts. This looks like that could be the winning ult here on their own. I'm really keeping an eye, though, for the Blue Hens. It's going to be hard to do this now that sights are up. They really do need to find the target and really collapse as a team here to get the value and keep themselves alive.
Yeah, and you're not going to be doing anything sneaky with your Somber as both Widowmakers go down. The dive comes in onto Paul. They can't get that kill, though.
Wow.
Pumpkin with the pocket. Did you see that health bar?
That was beautiful.
Oh, my.
Wow, that was great teamwork there.
Oh, and look at the peel. Tony turning around with the full matrix onto Pumpkin when they're hacked. Paul comes up with a kill onto the Somber and the Brig. Paul is insane this game. Has Trance to bail out the defenders if they need it, but for the time being they don't. Does choose to pop it to outweigh the Trance of Sully, and now they can aggress. He wants the Zen duel. He wants all the sauce. Sully does go down, but there's still a Widowmaker kill to be claimed, and that one is Tony's.
It's all but over here. Blizzard will be a celebration of snow-based confetti eventually when they get back. There's nothing really to get in the way here. It's just going to be cleanup for the Terps and a well-deserved victory here on Junkertown for them, for sure. The ball will get the Nano will come onto the May, but I think it's over here. There's nothing they can do. It's just stalls.
Yeah, there's really not too much. Zunes does get that one kill onto Speed, but just how much longer can you last? You've got Carter rolling around on a wrecking ball as much as they can, but you don't even have time to get out of ball form and do any sort of meaningful damage. So this one is wrapped up. The Terps not only get their first win, their first map win, it is a clean sweep for the UMD Terps. A great showing from them, and I am so happy to be able to witness the strength of this team and that incredible backline they had for all 3 maps.
Yeah, really, we cannot speak highly enough of this backline. Just considering how they play, both from the Pumpkin and Paul, just the way they looked were just so well trained, and the rest of the team playing around them, just recognizing, look, maybe we don't have a star DPS player right now. Like, maybe that's just where we are as the Terps. Maybe our star DPS player hasn't been found yet. But what we do have is a very, very dominant backline that knows how to put in work, knows how to hit those shots and clean a house when they need to. And what we can do is protect them. They definitely have learned through these past couple games their style of Overwatch. And when you see it work, it really is a beautiful sight to behold.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, this was the 8th NECC game I've casted this semester, and I think it's the 4th Legends game, but this is the first one where the backline has been this strong, this much of a story in the contest for every single map. Sometimes they come alive for 1 map, maybe 2 maps in a series, but you could tell the entire time that these two had so much control over the rest of their team. It was such a big factor of how the entire team played, just knowing what resources you have, what you have on cooldown for support. Your tank knows what they can get away with, your DPS know when they can go aggressive, when they have to peel backwards. I mean, this team was activated on all fronts. On the attack, it could go full-fledged, and then the peel was so incredible. Those last couple plays we got to observe, the defense matrix, Pumpkin pocketing Paul after he got slammed the dough from Carter on Wrecking Ball. You just got to witness such great support. It was so fun.
And on the other side of the coin, the Blue Hens just continue to just keep searching. You know, they also had a tough opener. You know, they still are looking for their first win regardless of the forfeit. And I think that does speak to the quality of them as well. When you look at their quality of play, those dives looked very good. They seem to have an understanding of that comp that they wanted to play, this kind of collapsible dive comp. Something just didn't quite click. And I think it's hard to click when the targets you're supposed to be diving really don't let you have your way with them. So I think for the Blue Hens, it is something. The win is there. They need to stay hungry, and it's going to take a little more refining on these heroes. But the mechanics are there, and they have shown that between their DPS, between TVD Man, between Zunes, and even their backline as well, they looked very, very good. It's just hard when the targets you are trying to focus out don't quite agree with wanting to fall.
Yeah, they don't agree one bit. I mean, it seemed like the Blue Hens, they had great engagements, but they were playing a team that might have some of the best response time in Legends Division. That was just incredible. Sam, I just want to ask you real quick before we jump into our little intermission before Game 2, who was your player of the game?
I mean, is it anybody else besides Paul?
No, it's not.
Like, I don't think it's going to be anybody else besides Paul.
It could be Pumpkin, it could be Tony. There's a case to be made, but Paul was just something else.
I mean, yeah, when you look at the levels of flex DPS players, and you know, you always think of your players on DPS that are on flex DPS on flex support that pop. You think of your Jonax and you think of your fielders, but Paul absolutely just looked dominant on that Zenyatta, and he only looked dominant. You know, he was the MVP, but he was the MVP propped up by the rest of his team. He was absolutely covered. They knew that he was having a hot game, and that is the other key to a team, is knowing when you have a hot player on your team that is just going to put in the work. So he deserved that MVP, but it is absolutely lifted on the rest of the shoulders of the Terps.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you just got to let your best player be your best player. Your best player can change any game. Like, it could be Paul some games, it could be Pumpkin, it could be Tony. I think they just knew early that Paul had the hot hand. Let's give everything we can to him. Give him all the peel, all the defense matrix from Tony. Just give him everything and just let him be unleashed on the Blue Hens. And that's what we got to see.
Yeah, and it worked for them. So I look forward to seeing them as they continue down the line. Both of these teams have quite a bit left in the season to go. So there is plenty more action to keep an eye on from both of them ahead. And I look forward to seeing it as we get into the later weeks in the playoffs.
Yeah, and so you and I are going to be back on the mic in 50 minutes for game two. It's going to be the University of Cincinnati versus Illinois Wesleyan. We're going one division down into champion, still pretty high ranked Overwatch though. So we'll see you back in 50 minutes for game two. Thanks for hanging out for game one.
They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these dreams I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Welcome to Game 2, Overwatch fans. Berkeley alongside Sam for this one. We're headed down from the Legends Division to the Champions Division for another nice little matchup. We're going to have UCal Black versus IWU, the Titans, and both of these teams still have a lot to prove in this division, right, Sam? I mean, IWU, they're 0-3, but 2 of those are forfeits, so they are hungry for their first win.
I think that's the interesting thing that really leads a lot of intrigue to this match is the Titans with 2 forfeits at an 0-3. I don't think we really know that much about them. They did play in week 3 against Coe College, who has historically in NECC been a pretty solid team. But this leaves a lot of question marks because, did they forfeit just from lack of players? Did they not feel strong enough to enter the season on those 2 rounds? Was there getting players together? It really does leave a big question mark as to what does this team bring into this matchup? And like you said, given that they're still searching for their first win, they I'm going to be keeping an eye on if they got this together because UCal Black on the other side, they've gotten their win. They've gotten a win and they've made it look easy. And it's several close games across their board with the exception of Purdue Gold. So they are a team that can fight, but it's going to take them a little bit of they have their win. They have had some tough fights, and this is a team that is ready for more.
Yeah, exactly. They've had 2 series go all the way to map 5 so far. Let's go ahead and take a look at the starting lineups before we get into map 1. We're going to be leading things off here with the control map, but before we get into that, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the players we got tonight. I do know already that Oasis was banned. We don't know the stage for map number 1 yet, but this is going to be the University of Cincinnati Black roster. Stiff T, Irrational, Puffer, Lightning, and Zek the Sneck to round out this roster. No seniors. The only upperclassman they have is going to be Puffer, the junior, probably leading this team most of the way, I would imagine. And Puffer's going to be playing support, something that was a massive strength for the winning team, University of Maryland Terps Esports, in the last game that you and I commentated. We'll see if the supports are going to come into the stage as bombastic as they did last game. But Sam, go ahead and tell us who we've got on the side of Illinois Wesleyan.
Meanwhile, for the Titans, kind of similarly, a lot of fresh faces here. We've got Puppy Cat, we've got Golden Crow, Drago Sting, Wiggles, and Galactic. And like you can see it, there's a very fresh team, a lot of freshmen, sophomores. The other thing worth noting across this team is that a lot of these players have been kind of given a flex role. So that tells me that they are still looking to try to find their footing. For Illinois Wesleyan, it tells me that they're still kind of searching and trying to find some positions. But the other thing we do know is that Drago Sting is known for a Reaper. They are known for coming up with big plays and Death Blossoms. So I am going to be keeping an eye out for that, especially as a sophomore. That is a player that if you can find those resources and you can we were talking about star players and star supports, if you can find a star DPS player and put those resources into them, that can be a great way to lead yourself out of a loss into a great win.
Yeah, certainly can. And in the Champions Division 2, there's a little bit more room than there is in the Legends Division, so DPS players have a little bit more room to find some windows for picks. Reaper might get away with a few more flanks here and there, so we'll just have to wait and see. But we did get word of what our first map will be. Nepal is going to be the stage for our first control map. Sam, what are your thoughts on that? What could we expect going into Nepal?
Nepal is always one of those weird ones to me, Berkeley, because it's one of those maps that I feel like most people would rather not play, but when it comes up, it really does test a lot of your team play between all 3 submaps, be it in the Death Pit, be it in Village, which is historically a brawl map, historically loves to play in that small space, or in Shrine, or in any of the other maps. There is probably going to be an element of comfort picks here, but this is going to be a great litmus test to see what these teams are bringing out, because much like how we had seen in previous matches and in our first match tonight, the meta is pretty wide open, so it's just going to kind of look to see what is comfortable for these players. And given that the Titans of IWU are a little bit more flexy and maybe a little bit more fluid, I might be interested to see what this means for them. They are looking at Brawl with the traditional Rhine style, with a lot of damage out of that Symmetra, possibly staying on it, and the Junkrat. Meanwhile, UCal Black, they're looking to mirror that. They were eyeing the Ramatra, I saw, and I do think that is a good call. The Ramatra versus Ryan matchup is very swingy, especially in this style of division. It takes a lot more help from your team to win if you are Ryan, and they will be opting into the Cassidy. Junkrat's on both sides, so a lot of high burst damage. Positioning going to be very important for both of these teams. There's Drago Sting moving over to the Reaper, so yeah, high damage comps really going to matter on the positioning, and you can see it. The Titans get into the bridge first.
And they immediately swap sides to just rotating to the defender spawn from the other side. That's a beautiful fire strike there. Look at the ult charge already. Stiff T sitting at 25% just to kick off this game so fast. 34% now. Stiff T trying to win the race. Had that Earth Shatter be the first thing online and already closes in the kill onto Wiggles. That is a huge source of burst damage that the Titans are going to be missing here. I'm not sure if they can withstand any of the damage that UCal Black is going to bring their way. They've already had to expend the immortality field. Stiff T is just going to claim this objective for free, and the Titans, I love it. They back up, they regroup quickly to go into fight 2.
Just great awareness to know where our man down, let's not fight it, and the quick engage will be back.
And right back into the fray. They want to step onto the point, but once again, Stiff T with the fire strikes. He's been on point so far. 63%, 70% now to Earth Shatter. Look at Golden Crow sitting at just 40%. The Titans have not had really an opportunity to set foot into a fight, stabilize, and do significant damage. Stiff T has just been right in their face this whole time, sending fire strikes in.
But the counterpoint to that is that Puppycat has been building. They have this window open in a great window placement, and Value can get it here. They will try to find it.
Oh, that's a beautiful window there from Puppycat. Enough to take down Zek the Snek across the map. Try to find more. Stiff T's able to claim 1 kill there onto Drago Sting. In some trouble now, though. Green Immortality Field thrown out by Puffer. Can they keep Stiff T alive? He's battered back into this little corridor here, and now, at 14 HP, gets some great healing finally.
Wow.
And there's the slam. It lays down 3. Talk about min-max of resources. Stiff T used the entire HP pool of Reinhardt, and then let that ultimate loose at the right time.
Perfectly designed, very trusting for their team, just knowing that, look, I'm at 14, I have my healers with me, let's just throw it on the slam and get the advantage, caught everybody there. They're rewarded with that by having 3 ultimates on their side, both tires up. The high noon is there, but I don't know that it will get much value, so I'm really looking now for UCal Black to just kind of use this wealth of ultimates, maybe bait and get some advantages, draw out the resources first, but really kind of maintain this war of attrition with that ult economy.
Can you draw out the Immortality Field before the Rip Tire? Zek the Snek is just going to send this one in on a road trip. The Titans have used Immortality Field, so this could go in and wreak some havoc. And there it is. Carnage in the backline as Drago and Galactic both fall. Golden Crow not long for the world. And we see UCal Black at 95%, and they're going to close out round 1 with ease here off the back of that tire.
Yeah, I mean, nobody even there to touch. Only winning that with the wealth of resources still to spare. They didn't even need to commit the sound barrier into that either, so that's very important. That shows me that the UCal Black team is aware of their own resources, of how confident they are in their own ability to get value, and their awareness of the other team's uses. They obviously acknowledged that Immortality Field was gone. There was no sound barrier in the way. Let's just spend our Rip Tire, bait them out, and let's just draw it to max value, and they got it. So that kind of heads-up play out of UCal Black shows why they are still managing to sneak out in some of these longer plays. Now we're in Village here. I don't hate Drago Sting staying on this Symmetra. This is typically, historically we've seen May and Sim comps do well here, so I don't think either of these will change. And I think the other thing worth noting is that Rhine matchup that you were alluding to here. Stiff T has just kind of come out on top, and I do think a lot of that has to do with how the team is playing together. You can see it, old Golden Crow already is a little ahead, whereas the rest of the team is still together for the side of UCal Black, and that kind of positioning is easily punished at a death ball.
Yeah, UCal Black came out of that TP pretty clean. They were all close and condensed on their way to the point, but Puffer has fallen down, so now they just have to get through this fight with only Lucio heals. Luckily, they've picked off Golden Crow at the start of this fight. Irrational, setting up those turrets, making this a car wash if you want to step foot onto the objective. Now we've got some supports getting active in the damage-dealing category of Overwatch as Puppycat on this nice off angle.
Great look. Not enough to really lead the fight away. Does find their counter, though, and will try to buy some advantage. A little bit advantageous and a little aggressive from the Baptiste will get punished for it. I mean, the fight's over, though. I'm not sure that that's a fight you want to take.
Now, this is dicey territory here as it's still very early on in the round, and you're trying to just buy some purchase back into this fight, but it's a little bit lopsided right now, Stan.
Yeah. I mean, that was a little bit of a greedy play in a lot of ways, thinking you were kind of caught out. It probably would have been best to just either get yourself out of there, reset with the team, because now UCal Black is just in your face. They have point control, and any losses can be caught up. So, I mean, the May is putting in a lot of work here, really working those isolations effectively, playing the positioning that UCal Black has worked in their favor. Wiggles does have Riptire coming up, and Puppycat is leading the window, though. So I'm curious to see between those two ultimates of what they can do, because Shatter is also online, but I don't think they'll need it, Berkeley, for this fight. They just need to put their resources and get value with each of them before they can do it.
Spend some time in between using each one, see what you can get for every single ultimate. That tire came up empty. Now what do you use? Wiggles was able to take down the Immortality Field from Puffer. Lightning still has the sound barrier to try and bail out Cincinnati here. Going to drop it, and it's in the right time. Stiff T picks up 4 kills in the front line after that HP buff from Lightning.
Yeah, that was a huge play. A little bit of a slow response allowed UCal the chance to capitalize and realize, hey, look, they missed the tire. That's a great opening for us. We just built Blizzard in that downtime. We have all our other ultimates on board. Let's just take the counter aggression and go. They have 2 defensive ultimates up and a shatter. So, I mean, UCal Black just defensively set to maintain this point and close it out.
This has been a fantastic showing so far from UCal Black. Simwall goes up. That blocks the shatter from a few, but does not save Zek the Sneck. The Fire Strike through the Ant Matrix is enough to scorch Wiggles, and that one lines up perfectly, and that is going to be a 2-0 sweep on the Paul for UCal Black. What a great display of Overwatch from them.
Yeah, they looked very dominant in just their mastery of the positioning, of just knowing when to move together. Again, great team play that just came to make this death ball so successful. Realizing that we could get value out of certain things, realizing to play the position timing. And this shatter in particular from Stiff T, just great trust in your team. You saw how low they faded there to just say, look, like, we are getting pushed back. I have this. I don't see anything in front of me. I know that even if I throw this in, my team should be able to clean this up. It was a great call made, and sometimes those are the on-the-edge call that gets UCal Black a win, wins in a map 5, and gets them around 1 here in a control map. So great heads-up play from UCal Black to give them that first map win.
And now going into map 2, as we get ready for Hybrid, what sort of tips would you give the Titans of Illinois Wesleyan to try and, piece their comp together a little bit better? If they were going to go back to Brawl, they didn't play the May. Is that one of the things you would change? Would you tell them to go to a mobile comp? What advice do you have for the Titans?
I think you should look to the May, actually. I think that if you're going to run the Reaper, if you have someone who feels so confident on a Reaper, that needs to be your damage source. I always love to look at this as who is my carry DPS and who is my supportive DPS. And in this position, a May is a great supportive DPS. So you have the ability to isolate, to slow up, and create moments for your Reaper to carry. I do think that that is a good option. If you want to play this high damage comp, I think you need to kind of pull the Rhine back, though. A Rhine requires so many resources, and it's become clear that the resources just aren't quite getting there as we're trying to set up various points of success on the side of Illinois. So I might even be considering, keep the Reaper. Let's bring in a Zarya. Let's bring in something that enables our Reaper player to go and try to carry as we'd like them to. And I think a map choice that reflects that might do them some good as we go to Hybrid.
Yeah, and a lot of the time in high ranks too, we see one of the heroes that actually couples with a Reaper, the Winston, just jumping in right on top of a Reaper TP. He shadow steps in, and then you kind of get caught out. You think it's a free kill, but then all of a sudden there's a tank with a bubble right on top of it. There's a lot of ways you can combo with a Reaper outside of just a Reinhardt Brawl comp that they could look to.
Yeah, there's a lot of flexibility in these comps that if this is something you want to do, and you have a very flexible team in this roster. Several of these players are listed as flex players, so I think if that's the case, use that flexibility. That is an advantage. So it might be a little bit of a disadvantage in some ways, but it's the old jack of all traits quote, as it were. Jack of all trades, master of none. Still better than being a master of one kind of a deal. I think I quoted that right. I don't know, but the point is, But I think the point is that if that's a thing that you think you have available to you, use that flexibility. Flex those comps. Find what works, because clearly taking the head-on route didn't quite pan out in your favor. Maybe you need to try a little bit more flanky. Maybe you need to get a little bit more pokey. Maybe you need to find a new way to break and create a crossfire against this comp.
Yeah, and I think if 2 teams are going to run Reinhardt compositions and one is going to have a May, especially in Champions or Legends division, this high rank, you almost have to. It's almost an essential pick to just kind of duo with your Reinhardt, because like you were saying, Sam, at the start, Reinhardt takes so much resources to enable. He's great when he's fully enabled, but a Maywall is just such a boost to a Reinhardt as what he can get away with. He doesn't need to play natural cover to natural cover when you can just prop that up.
Agreed. And now that we know we will be going back to the land of Reinhardt, so we're going to King's Row, I do think that they might be considering that. Again, I do think that matching the mirror might be the safest bet, but I do wonder on this choice simply because Illinois has some work to do. They definitely have some growing pains when it comes to the Reinhardt comp. They have the resources, and it shows the teamwork is there, the planning is there, but it didn't quite come together, and they want to take another stab at it. I respect that, but I do wonder if maybe you didn't want to swing the pendulum in a different direction to give yourself the advantage.
Yeah, maybe they are like a brawl first team. You know, they could have picked a ton of maps where mobility is a much bigger factor, where you want to have this vertical kind of composition. But Kings Row, very much, like you said, the home of Reinhardt's, the home of linear Overwatch on the ground.
Yeah. It is the what did you think of when you think of Overwatch in a lot of ways, and I don't hate it. I think this Illinois Wesleyan squad can win in the Ryan mirror. I think they just need to kind of reevaluate how they're taking it and how they're approaching it, because you don't play at this level without being able to at least have an understanding of how your comp works. We will see UCal Black run it back with what is a familiar comp to them, and hey, this works. This is kind of the standard brawl comp in a lot of ways. They are obviously showing well on it. Zek the Sec now moving over and picking up Cassidy duties, so I'm very curious to see how Irrational coming in will pick up the May duties. On the other side, the Titans, you know, this is the other kind of brawl comp you can run. Again, it does require a little bit more finesse when it comes to brawling if you're playing the Ramatra brawl kind of moments, because it requires you to recognize when you have the advantage or when you've caught a moment. You can poke a little bit, but when you really press that go button on the Lucio and when you move forward and when you commit your resources and your abilities, it matters a lot more on the team. So it's going to require, and I expect the Titans to kind of pull that moment to get this success.
And right away we see the May wall propped up and Stiff T just foot all the way to the floor on the gas. This guy has just duct taped it straight to the floor. Stiff T is just the aggressor, and until the Titans can find a way to deal with him up front, they're going to run into trouble after trouble.
Yeah. I mean, Stiff T just acknowledged, just look and saw, like, look, there's a Ramatra. That's a free pick, everybody. Let's just put the wall behind him, and collapsed. And that's exactly what happened. Now they are going to give it up and match the Reinhardt again. They acknowledge they can't play it. They are a little bit behind across the Ultimates board, though, so it's still going to be another dry fight that Cal Black has been playing the aggressive. They just need to continue to play aggressive for their success.
And once again, this is one Reinhardt comp with a May wall that's going to be able to set up traps, be sneaky, be cheeky, and just make life so much more difficult for Golden Crow. And Golden Crow really just has to rely on Drago Sting, you know, dealing so much burst damage and bringing that value back with the Reaper.
The problem is I don't see anything to really set that up, and there is a wall. They are trapped, Berkeley. They are basically stuck here.
Yeah, and that is what this team does. They want to set up traps. They want to make you afraid to step foot out into the open ground. That shadow looked like it got blocked by a friendly May wall, and that is unfortunate. The Titans take full advantage. I love that. Wiggles in the feed, a pair of headshot eliminations, and then fanning the hammer into Stiff T. That's great stuff.
Yeah, great awareness to capitalize on that error. Like you said, I think that got sent into an opposing May wall, which were very, very good. Very, very good there. I'm not sure what exactly went wrong in the comms, but they definitely came together. So they'll have the cart control. They just need to get past and build the rest of these DPS ults to keep to set their foot down and hold on UCal Black side, because there are ultimates up. They just need to get past what's on the other side here.
And what's on the other side is dangerous. The Shatter comes in. That one lays down 3, but Irrational got the May wall off to kind of peel for the rest of the team. And then finds the pick onto the Reaper. Drago Sting sent back to spawn, giving a big advantage to UCal Black. And they're going to take it. They should have no troubles here holding the archway. Fantastic use of a May wall to just defend the team from that Shatter.
Well, that's kind of the difference, right? Is when you look at the ultimates versus the abilities versus who's getting value on things. This May wall, as we were kind of looking at alone, has just been the difference maker. The values alone on this May wall has been huge offensively and defensively.
There was a little bit of friendly fire. I think that's 2 Shatters in a row that it might have defended from. Got a little bit of a call before the storm here, as Irrational says if you didn't bring a jacket back up, and all of the Titans do respectively. Titans have both their damage-dealing ultimates online. Galactics, they've got the sound barrier ready to go. This Titans team is ready to just send everything into the next fight. They've just got to be careful not to get picked in transition.
I really do want to see them use more of this map space. They seem to just be running it down mid. I want to see Drago get just a play here. He does manage to go in and find a play, but I really wish it had come from a flank position first.
Drago Sting comes in there with the Death Blossom, and they couple the sound barrier with that. It looked like they were up a few, and now they're not going to have that to defend from some of the UCal resources, but looking at them right now, maybe they've done a nice job tracking. They know there's really no threats on the board for this next fight.
Yeah, it was maybe a little of an overcommittal, but I do think it was the right call, like you said. It's in the neutral, and now the Titans, as they round the corner to B, they should be in a good position. They just have ultimates in their bank, and they only have to get past these Mei walls. They just need to bait that ability out before they really move forward.
That shatter does not block 3 teammates from UCal Black, but it kept Stiff T alive in the front line. He'll have to swing this one back. Goes down there as Golden Crow's really starting to get comfortable swinging the hammer now. That's 3 kills up in the feed for them, and it looks like the Titans have finally found their stride. They'll be collecting point 2 here with plenty of time.
Yeah, and the man, 2 on a clock. That's a great turnaround from this Titans team. The great awareness just to know that if we play aggressively, we can win this. So 1 resource used. They still have Puppy Cat's window. The Amp Matrix is there. It's going to be a little bit tough to get advantage, but they can win on it. They just have to get through the ultimates on the other side first.
Starting to look dangerous now as UCal Black really steps up a couple of corners here, just making Golden Crow think twice about his movements. Puppy Cat, this is a great off angle.
Wow.
This can really support Golden Crow, and he's going to have no trouble at all charging up that shatter, hopping around this corner, and trying to lay it down. But waiting for him is Stiff T. It is just a Ryan battle here. The mind games are going on. They both know each of them has
flank shatter.
Oh, I love the flank, but it is countered so well. Lightning is there up top with the sound barrier. That keeps everyone alive. And then Stiff T lays down the second and better shatter to just stabilize the defense.
Great call from the side of UCal Black to stabilize that. They'll now have a Blizzard to fight back with. Not much remaining on the other side, just the sound barrier to prevent it. If they can force Galactics to kind of bend before they get that out, this should be an easy second hold for the side of UCal Black. Again, just need to kind of get the resources out from the Titans before they move forward.
Eventually hear from the Titans if they hang out in this position of the map for too long. Drago Sting, who goes down right here, this might just be a quick reset. They are going to get that TP up to the high ground and a quick flank Death Blossom like we saw work so well on point 2. But until then, it might be a couple of easy fights for UCal Black.
I mean, at this point, they have the ultimates that they don't necessarily need it. It'll get it in the mid fight, and that can be an option. But they will re-engage quickly here with those ultimates, Wrigley.
Maywall puts kind of a speed bump in the way of the Titans. They still want to press it, though. They're popping up a corner. They know Stiff T is right back there, and the shield was a little low, but now it looks like UCal Black is full on their resources, ready to come back in with the Blizzard, just waiting for Irrational to find the right moment where the Titans are bunched up. And here it is. Look at the wall, too, completely trapping Golden Crow back there. Galactics can't escape as well. Wiggles there with the Deadeye. That makes this one an even 4 versus 4. Neither team with a Lucio, and I do believe this one still might be favoring UCal Black. They've got the Deadeye, they've got the Ant Matrix up right now, and Stiff T is coming back quicker with that shatter.
But I'm looking at Draco Steen's Death Blossom here. He needs to get an angle for this because right now they know where he is, and if they've been tracking, there's a shatter with it. That is a good combo that can get it, so I'm going to be looking at these Rhines to set the pace of play here.
Titans definitely have that playmaking combo they need. The shatter gets blocked by a shield and a Maywall. Nothing getting through there for Golden Crow.
Here it is.
Stiff T lays one down. It was also blocked, and now this is the time for Drago Sting. He finds a pair. Zek the Snake and Puffer, those are 2 key members of this UCal Black squad that are no longer alive. Lightning, that's a beautiful counterplay there. Taking out the BAP. I don't know if the Titans have enough heals to get this one back.
They may not. They don't even have the player advantage here. They will eventually find it. Sound barrier is up, though, for UCal Black. Once Lightning returns, they should be able to hold this.
Good chance of stabilizing here. They're popping the Deadeye. That's going to kind of scare Golden Crow. He's sheepdogged into this really awkward space next to the payload, and they just can't retreat in time.
No, that looks like it's going to be a late stagger, too, into that corner, so that does buy even less of the time. A very, very scuffed last fight here for the Titans with basically no ultimates on board. There's no time to poke and build the rest of it, and the sound barrier is up for UCal Black. They should be in position to shut the door here once they get Blizzard, and just from the control of the Blizzard and the sound barrier alone, they should hold this.
It would take a miracle here for the Titans. The Blizzard, the first thing to come out, only 4 seconds left. Not sure anyone is able to make it to point in time, and they don't. They can't close the distance. A great job there by Irrational. Just throwing that Blizzard out far from the point. Pretty much as close to the spawn as you can get without overextending.
Yeah, just acknowledging that, look, we don't even need to take this fight. We've already done the hard work. We just need to prevent them from causing the OT and just being aware of what their comp does. It controls space, and that's one of the benefits of playing the Mei here. Kind of like we've said, we've been looking at this lack of Mei versus Mei. Is the Reaper getting value? And both of these heroes on their respective teams have gotten value in different ways. But it's hard not to look at UCal Black and their comp and just say, look, the Mei is just getting more raw value. Errors aside, that we've seen. Everybody makes mistakes. No comp is perfect. But you still are getting so much value between the walls, the blizzards. There is so much to be had from just the control space that Mei provides. Meanwhile, the Titans, they are winning their fights with damage and with just raw aggression. Again, they are clearly a team that can play and can capitalize and make calls for it, but they are a very linear team, right? They didn't have much diversion from this main pathing, and that to me is a little bit concerning. I want to see them control more of the map. This is still a pretty big map. You can't just always force it down mid and expect to come out on top. So I think that with that, the Titans just need to expand their view a little bit. They will run it back in their similar comp, and UCal Black is probably not going to stay. They're probably going to meet that also. I don't see the reason not to. They are feeling confident. Again, I'm like Irrational on this Mei has just been a difference maker.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Drago Sting, you can tell, definitely a very effective Reaper player. The Death Blossoms are hitting. That's what we have in our notes, is that they lay down big Death Blossoms. But that's only going to come up once every 60 seconds if you're doing it fast. There's always going to be a Mei wall. Every 10 to 12 seconds, you're going to be putting a new one down, and that is going to really enable your tank, and that's what we're seeing here. And UCal Black are just stepping into this hotel, really taking the fight to the Titans. They're backed all the way into this room, and we've already seen 2 ticks taken.
I mean, they have to aggress. They have no immortality field, though.
I mean, this is where it is just do or die for the Titans. You've got to make a play. You've got to make it fast. Golden Crow counters the charge. The point's about to be taken. Just 2% left. Can they get a foot on? They
No.
can't. They're just backed up all the way.
Wow. I mean, Puppy Cat's window did quite a lot of work there to help buy a lot of that space back, but it just never really caught, unfortunately. So the resources thrown in the last second, unfortunately, just kind of lost to time, and they will get forced back towards spawn. They'll give up this close hold eventually, but they need to build the ults there. They acknowledge they are a little bit behind in the economy, so they will be doing that. The Titans, again, just a little bit short across several ultimates on the board. They can hold here. They just need to, again, just play a little bit more and control the whole space, because there are ultimates on board, almost all of them for UCal Black, and they have quite a mountain to climb.
The A-Matrix to open things up here. Golden Crow's Earth Shatter gets blocked right under the archway. Zekdusnet gets a kill through the Matrix onto Wiggles, and without the Cassidy, you're just relying on Drago at this point. Now no Reinhardt either. This card is just going to go beyond the bookstore. That was a very fast fight for UCal Black, and now they have nothing to be afraid of for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, they are just riding on this wealth of ultimates, plus they are drawing abilities and creating good isolations. The team play out of UCal Black has looked stellar. Like you said, they should clean this up. This is theirs to lose, and the question is, what do they feel they need to commit to this? Because right now it's just Drago Sting just kind of buying for space and butting heads with what's in front of them, but really there hasn't been there hasn't been a contest, and these ultimates just should muscle their way through, even if they all just spend it all.
Yeah, the Shatter comes out first here, maybe the Deadeye. They do pop
the
Deadeye
boost
first. We'll see what they can block. I love how they prop it up with the Mei wall too. So threatening. Golden Crow can't retreat fast enough, and now Stifty has a free Shatter if they want to lay it down, but they know that this one's better for next fight. The payload doesn't even have to reach the 3rd point, and right now UCal Black has victory on Kings Row in sight.
There is a wild joy in high noon shenanigans. So winning with just that actually is quite a boon. That's not one you normally find a fight win with. But now that the board has balanced out a bit, it's going to come to positioning. Right now, UCal Black has the advantage of most of the space in this.
Wiggles popping the Deadeye, has a Mei wall in the way. Drago Sting almost has that Death Blossom online for the first time this round, and it better hit because it's been a long time coming. That Shatter on the outside does get blocked. That's a beautiful job there from Golden Crow, and it looks like the Titans should be able to sweep this fight away.
They will hold it for their Puppy Cats. Ant Matrix put in a lot of value, and they have been getting a lot of good value with that, kind of putting in a lot of work, but it has been used greedily just to try to enable Puppy Cat to get damage in. Now ultimate's up, Blizzard is there, so I'm going to be looking at the Blizzard and this Death Blossom. Whoever can kind of find the more value first is probably going to take this fight. There is Sound Barrier up though, so getting Lightning out is important for IU Titans to keep themselves alive.
You've got to get the backline here, and they're starting to go in. Got to find something. Irrational does go down. The Immortality Field on both sides is taken down. Stiff T removes Golden Crow. That's going to be huge. They pop the sound barrier, and now your Reinhardt can just walk in freely, cleaving through everything in sight, swinging for the fences, fire striking down supports, and the payload keeps pushing.
That was kind of the Knace you were looking for. If you are UCal Black, they'll have 5 strong and they will push and take space. High Noon is there. I don't even think there's a touch. Does it even need the window? No, it doesn't. It's over. UCal Black putting on a performance here on Kings Row to bring it to 2-0 in match point. I would not be looking at the Brawl comp if I were the Titans right now. I would be looking for anything else we might have in our pocket, just given how these last 2 maps have gone in the Brawl mirror.
Yeah, if you want to play the Reaper, if you're going to play the Reaper because that seems like it's where their head's at, you've got to do it with a dive now, because you can't win Brawl v Brawl when Irrational is playing this well, giving the team so much value with every single May wall.
Yeah, I mean, the comp differences are just kind of showing and exploiting your weaknesses, and at some point you have to give, because you could ride this out, but you've kind of already seen this, and history is repeating, so you don't want to ride this out. It is do or die time here as we go to match point, and you need to make a change right away.
Yeah, you do. We're going to head to a short little break here before we go into match 3. We'll give IWU some time to make some adjustments, to game plan what their next strat is. Stick around. We'll be back in a few.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
All right, we're right at the point of the game. We're at match point. Havana's been picked for our escort map. And Sam, we talked about this during the break, but there's been a May difference in this game so far, and we are headed to the all-time spawn hold May map. What's going to happen?
So I want to read this as UCal Black is going to take the brawl and run the force hold, at least to start, maybe not stay on it, but I have to imagine they're reading that. And given that we have seen such success with the May comp and their unwillingness to mirror on the side of the Titans, I have to imagine that that's going to be in their books. They're feeling comfortable on it enough to do so. Now, Titans' pick of Havana does give me a bit of a question mark. Either they are still feeling this brawl comp, that they have something to it that they can win, so maybe there's a trick up their sleeve that we just haven't seen yet. We're waiting for the right moment. Or this is going to be an entire flip on their head. It's a flex team. This has listed 4 flex players. So I'm wondering now are we moving people around? This is something has to give here. So if you're going to move anybody off of different roles or try something different, this has to be the time to. But the one player I do want to highlight on the Titans that you probably shouldn't move or probably should give a little more resources to is Puppycat. Puppycat on the Baptiste has looked very, very good, has looked timely with those immortality fields, and while he's been using those amplification makers kind of greedily for damage, he's gotten value with them, and he's enabled the team with them. It's worked for them. So I don't think that that's a bad decision if you want to play something like a Zen Baptiste backline and just allow kind of how we saw in match 1, just allow your supports to put in some work.
Yeah, even just like throwing a Zen into this comp is going to add some damage. It's going to add Stiff T, just that other thing that Discord Over has had that amps up damage from the entire Illinois Wesleyan team. It's going to make it a lot tougher for Stiff T, even if they have a Maywall to help them stabilize a little bit. There's just going to be much smaller windows to work with for that brawl comp. If you were going to tell Illinois Wesleyan, the Titans, to not do one specific thing, what is the one specific thing you would tell them to avoid at all costs?
As I would say, don't lose sight of the May, because that has been your kryptonite right here. Is keep your eyes on the May, keep your eyes on Irrational, and track what is going on. Even if you don't pay it, even if you lose sight of other ultimates, make sure Irrational does not find value with the wall. Make sure they don't make an isolation. Make sure you know where that is coming from so that you can help your team and support there, because they are going to, it looks like they are going to work on this close hold, and they have no reason not to. The Titans here probably probably reading this is going to have to make some sort of a comp work to just get themselves out of it. We'll see what they eventually end on, but if they do end on something similar to this poke comp, I do like these changes. I do like these changes, and I do think that it does put Wiggles into a bit of a highlight spot too, because Wiggles has looked good on the Cassidy, and I think that is someone who you're going to do. They are showing a fragile backline in the BAP Zen, and I like it. I do think that this is a good spot. There's that wall, that May wall though.
Oh man, pinned all the way to the back. Drago Stink goes down. Irrational with a beautiful Maywall to cut off the Titans' entrance onto the map, and what a rude welcoming they just got to Havana.
See, Berkeley, they did what I said. You have to keep your eye on the May. They had no idea where the May was, so that was it. But jokes aside, they had, you didn't see them right away. We didn't really take in the whole map and kind of assume this was coming. So now they'll make those changes and come through. It's still a tough call of how we're going to get through this, and I think they have settled on something now. It's just going to burn some time to figure out how do we break through this, and Doomfist Genji is how they're looking for.
And if you're going to, you better be in sync and you better be quick. Golden Claw right now is doing a pretty good job just kind of backing them off. Around down to Wiggles. That takes so much of the sustainability out of this UCal Black comp. Puppycat coming alive as well. They were great on Baptiste, equally good on Kiriko to start off this map.
Yeah, this is the change that we wanted to see, right? We wanted to see maybe something drastic come out of the playbook, and this is it. A great awareness, and again, Irrational being the first pick was so important, because that is a lot of tools that is causing you the most problems. With that in mind, the Titans built up quite a few ultimates here. They just need to finish it and clear A with them.
Oh, Golden Crow goes down pretty low there, but is able to stay alive. Has the Meteor Strike to go in for a second push and chooses to pop it. UCal Black playing a little bit scared here, spreads out, and this could be dangerous. Oh, what a pin there. T peeling into the back line and taking care of the Doomfist. And taking matters into their own hands there. It was Zek the Snek with the kill, but the by the pin.
Yeah, I mean, that was an important pin, but I think the other part of that equation was that Golden Crow was in there alone for the most part. They were just kind of watching and trying to support from the distance, not really putting in the work. So now the front hold is back. They just have to break through it. And I mean, in the meantime, UCal Black, that's 5 circles. That's 5 glowing circles. So they are pretty definitively going to win this. The question is just how much do they need to invest to do so?
Yeah, they are here to stay right now, and the Titans go right back to the Doomfist comp that got them out of the spawn the first time, but you can tell this is not the identity they want to have on this map. They want Golden Crow Sigma so their poke comp, their Hanzo can be a little bit more enabled, but right now they're just not able to.
No, there's still that Rhine. His gatekeeping a lot of this out, and the Foxes will come out to try to push that back.
Kitsune Rush is always a good ult if you're having trouble getting out of a situation. Now Wiggles comes in with the blade from the back line, cutting up Zek the Snek, but not able to get some blood in the water. The Titans are just looking for it. And it looks like Stiff T is saying, well, I'm not bleeding one bit. Has the Shatter to lay down freely, too. There is no shield, and the fate is red for the Titans.
No way. Wow, what a great recovery from the Titans. Will be just the lone Doomfist to clean up. But yeah, the rest of the team will be back, though. The Titans can capitalize on this. There's only 3 strong, so if they regroup quickly here, they do have Dragon Strike to kind of throw and lead into this. They just need to find value with it. And hopefully they didn't move quick enough. The rest of the team is back, though, so they have to find with what ultimates they have. They have a slight lead. They just need to find value with what they have here.
And right now I'm waiting for the Dragon Strike to just kind of come in. Meteor Strike down, and Pupper is finally eliminated. Big one to take down. Now you just have the Lucio for heals. That's not very much to keep Stiff T alive. And we'll see. UCal Black should be going down here, but the Titans finding kills as fast as possible.
There they are. They will come in eventually, and we did manage to save it. It did cost us all the time, so we'll get it in overtime, and there will be no contest here. So they keep a new lease on life with only just that. I will say Golden Crow has looked good on this Doomfist. They just need to continue to enable and capitalize on it because that has been a strong point for them. Puppycat also on this Kiriko looks really good. Where was this Kiriko with the Rhine comp, honestly? This looks very, very strong.
Yeah, I don't know, but Puppycat has just been that dude for this Titans team. They have gotten them through all the rough patches so far, and I need to see more of it.
Yeah, I think this is incredibly a highlight. Already has another Kitsune Rush up. That is huge in itself. There is a lot to go through, but the Titans have shown that they can come out in the clutch, and they've shown a comfortable on a comp that UCal Black kind of just can't quite get the advantage on here.
Yeah, and I love what the Titans are doing, just pushing the aggression as far as they can really muster it. Puffer goes down again, awfully close to the spawn, in fact, and now UCal Black left with low heals, just the Lucio. They can't keep Zek alive for very long, and Puppycat is there once more with a kunai headshot.
I mean, it's great heads-up play. The cart has been rolling this whole time, and just great space control. You know, we're so used to seeing UCal Black controlling and manipulating the space, but Titans showing they have this in them, and they are not down and out yet.
Oh, dodging the pin too with the Meteor Strike. This is just great stuff we're seeing from Golden Crow. They are going to pay for it, though. Overextended as well, and now the Titans, they just don't have great positioning here to retreat, and this is where UCal Black really start to stabilize. They're going to set up as close to this as they can.
Yeah, they have played that aggression, and now seeing that aggression swing back in the opposite direction. UCal Black, again, just a treasure trove. All ultimates on board. Again, it's theirs to lose here. They have all 5. They just need to not overcommit a mix of their ultimates.
Coming into this next fight, they've got the Blade and the Kitsune Rush coming up pretty close with the Transcendence as well, but UCal Black, they've just got everything and more. They've got all 6. They start out with the support ultimates here. That's going to get them through this Kitsune Rush onslaught that the Titans have to lead off this fight. Now the Titans just have to rely on a big Dragon Blade and down their tank. I'm not sure it's the right time to pop it.
No, even with that trance you have built, I don't think this is the time. It'll be back to the drawing board, and 1 fight left. This needs to be this needs to be quick, but Stiff T is making sure these spawns do not make it. It's a little bit of a flashback to the previous map here, because there is going to be a touch. It will likely be Golden Crow and the Doomfist, but they're going to have to commit both of these ultimates pretty quickly to make sure they can try to capitalize as best they can. There is a wealth on the other side, so I'm really expecting Wiggles and Galactic to come up huge here.
And the Blizzard leads us off here just like it did on King's Row in overtime, and we're just waiting for the Dragon Blade.
There it
Wiggle
is.
starts this one off with a nice little shuriken kill, is able to cut up Puffer as well before going down. It's a 3 versus 3, and the Titans need to make the most of this opportunity. UCal Black still has the Deadeye that's coming out of spawn, and I think it's going to get there in time before we close this round.
I think it will. The Mei is still alive also, which is worth noting because, again, that just cuts off sight lines and support, offers so much support in that tankier DPS position. The High Noon is there, just getting a clear view of their hold from the back line. And, again, just a very aggressive hold from UCal Black led them to hold in the middle of point B. So Titans, again, signs of great play out of them. I do like this Doomfist comp. These are heroes that we really haven't seen out of the Titans yet. I'm kind of wondering now, like, could we put 2 and 2 together? Could we take kind of these things we saw from Draco Sting? We've not really seen a lot of Kiriko Reaper Doomfist things. But you know what? When Golden Crow seems to be getting value on Doomfist and Puppycat continues to find value with these various flex supports, I don't think it hurts to just try to throw these things together. You can still kind of do that same thing like we were talking about with the Winston and the dive comps with a Reaper and a Doomfist. And I think, as I think they're hearing me and maybe considering it, but they are going to bring in a Torbjorn instead. It does add some bulk to this tank, this kind of bulky defensive comp, and they are probably going to mirror that close hold. I just don't think this works without the Mei, though, Berkeley. I do think this Mei is too essential. I think we're trying to match what has worked with imperfect pieces, and I do think if the Titans want to prove me wrong, I want to be proved me wrong. Prove me wrong and win this hold, Titans, because this has to work.
Yeah, Sam, I really do think the Mei is just kind of an essential piece here. Like, the Reinhardt full hold on Havana, it really just is that essential piece. We're going to see if they can get it to work for a full fight just with a Torb instead, but I think the Titans just need to have someone be, I don't, want to use the word selfish as like the worst word ever, but I think they're just not playing Mei because they don't want to, and at some point you got to check that.
Yeah, and Irrational is going to check them. Do they have a hit scan? Nope. Looks like they will find value with it, though. I mean, it's already broken. It's already broken.
I do like it. I like how you said, do they have a hit scan? You probably looked at the DPS and you forgot that the best player on the Titans team tonight has been Puppycat, and they are playing a hit scan of sorts.
Yeah, they are. I mean, Baptiste can be an Aiden that has shown that they can. But the more important thing is that they did start building up ults here. Golden Crow has Shatter, and that is enough to keep this hold alive. They just have to enable Puppycat to continue to keep this Pharah in check, though, to make this work.
Well, now the Pharah has a Mercy as well, so things are going to get a lot tougher, but the Titans are making this work up close without a Mei. They're making us eat our words, which I'm fine with. I want the Titans to come back. I want this to go 5 maps if they can get it there.
Yeah, I want them to keep this working. Puppycat has window up to windows on both sides, but the Bastion is here now, and the Bastion means that there's a lot more damage to play against, so this is going to be very important on engages and disengages.
Man, the Titans are just fierce right now.
Wow.
This is what a Titan should look like. In your face, a big body, and Golden Crow takes it all the way to the door anytime he can.
So they are holding here, and they burn a lot of time off the clock. We're running out of ultimates. The DPS haven't kept up in the economy, so now there's a Shatter on the opposite side. There's not much in the way of it short of this Rhine Shield. Okay.
That's just a ego move right there. That's a why not Earth Shatter. And Golden Crow does find 1 kill from it, but does overstay his welcome a little bit too long, and Stifty is finally able to take down the Titans tank. We should get the payload progressing finally here, Sam.
Yeah, it will eventually go, and Bastion just known to punish tanks. And when Golden Crow was getting a little bit in your face, that's the easiest way to do so. They'll probably ride this Bastion out. Now looks like they're going to give it up to the Mei. They don't need to. They have 3 ultimates on board for them. So UCal Black now with the cart rolling. Okay, Cassidy was the choice apparently. So 3 ultimates up. Most of these will get burned and we'll move to whatever we want to play. But the Titans have finally come into 3 of their own ultimates. Again, Draco String and Wiggles, the DPS ultimates are online. So I'm really looking for them to come here if they're going to put their foot down. Some combination of these 3 ultimates needs to hit here.
And this is Rhine v. Rhine for the first time tonight, where I think the Titans might have the better Rhine comp here. They don't have to worry about the Mei anymore. They've got Drago Sting on the Reaper, which they love, and they have a Lucio to speed boost this team around. I think the Titans, for the first time in the series, have the better looking Rhine comp now.
Yeah, they do, and that pin, and that opening pin, it makes it look even better.
certainly does. Love that pick there onto Irrational. Gets rezzed right back up by Lightning, but now you burn that res cooldown. That's a crucial one to get out. Drago Sting nearly goes down, 25 HP cycling back, and is able to find Puffer on the way out. I know he died, but that's a crucial kill to grab on your way to the grave.
That does help, especially because we're coming into last fight. Swifty does manage to keep this going, and you burned quite a bit of time off the clock. There's probably time for a re-engage if you feel it, but you know, Draco Sting did go down with Death Blossom. I'm kind of curious to see like that was calculated. I'm not sure we could have committed it in there anyways, but I do wonder, you know, a good agency out of them to hold it. They will give that up, but now 3 minutes on the clock. They hold this high ground and they have a Death Blossom on their side. They just need to, again, find value with it, and Draco Sting hasn't had... Draco Sting can take these flanks. He needs to find a good flank to get value from it, just as he has prior.
Oh, that's a great pick there. Headshot out of the Peacekeeper.
Oh,
and you just got caught out so bad. Zek the Sneck there just answering a would-be great Death Blossom.
Wow. Yeah, that puts that hold immediately down. Searching for more. Both DPS ultimates up for Yukao Black, and there's no one here. I don't even think there's going to be much of a contest at this point. Once again, Yukao Black just will take the aggressive. I don't think there's anybody that makes it for a hold here, Berkeley.
Yeah, maybe Galactics gets out there in the nick of time from that door that's kind of just to the left of the camera right now, and Galactics will kind of squeak their way through. They're trying their best, but they are felled right at the buzzer. Here's Drago Sting coming in for a kill on the Puffer. Does get Fire Strike, and that is the series. The Titans, they looked great on defense there to start the full hold, but then Yukao Black made the proper adjustments, and they sweep the series.
Yukao Black definitely showing that they prefer and understand how to run this brawl comp, and that's a bit of the overarching story in some ways, right? Is that this brawl comp, you know, even when we were talking about it, like in a kind of an you know, not the perfect brawl comp, not exactly what you would have wanted maybe, they did manage to make it work. Even if they lost around with it, they made the changes and it came through. You know, the Titans looked good at moments. I actually really did like that Doomfist comp. That was so strong looking for them. I kind of wish we had seen more of that sooner. I think that if you're going forward into these previous seasons, because, you know, 2 forfeits, who knows what those could have been? We'll find, you know, we'll never know. But going into your next rounds, you know, you can still get yourself into the middle of the pack, and I think you have to do it by looking and saying, what went well in this? Let's take these Doomfist, these comps. Where did our team players come together and really show moments of shine, and let's work on those for the future, because the Titans definitely have a gem in there. It's just not quite polished, and the opportunity to do so is live.
Oh, they definitely do. Every single role had a star for the Titans at one point or another. During the full hold, Golden Crow even looked so great on Reinhardt, not just Doomfist. Puppy Cat all game long on Kiriko and Baptiste looked really good. We saw Drago lay in some big Death Blossoms, especially on King's Row. So everything is there on every role, everywhere they need it to be. They just have to get it going for the entire duration of a map. And if it doesn't start to work, you've got to find a good plan B, because right now it seems like they might change one role at a time, and it's not as big of a transition as they might need to bounce back.
Yeah, I agree. And that's kind of the thing, is sometimes you need to make those wholesale changes. And Yukao Black on the other side of the coin showed that, you know, we've been able to make those changes if we need to. When they're feeling good, when they're running those comps, you know, they were fine. But they also then turned around and said, look, we're getting full held. Cool, we know exactly how to do all this. Let's make our changes as a team and then adjust back as we need to. And that's how they broke it. That's what got them through the rest of it. So that kind of just knowledge of how do we break and make those adaptions really comes through. And especially in champions here, that can be a tough thing to acknowledge and to work on. So definitely both of these teams have a lot to show for them going into these future weeks.
And Sam, I always like to do this after every game. Last game, it was very obvious that Paul was our player of the game, the Zenyatta showstopper as he was. Who's your player of the game for this one?
So this one, like you said, not obvious. I actually want to say Irrational here. I feel like Irrational was the difference maker in a lot of ways, not just in their Mei play, but just across the board. They, you know, the work on the Bastion was good, but really just showing the higher skill ceiling of Mei between getting walls, where to put your blizzards, how to control the space with that character, I think was so crucial to Yukao's Black's success that it has to be them.
Yeah, I would probably have to agree here for Irrational. I think there's a case to be made there for Puppy Cat on the side of the Titans, but I think with Irrational, my thing with them is I did kind of hard, maybe not playing, maybe because it could have just been a little bit of selfishness not wanting to. It's
Yeah.
probably not Irrational's favorite hero, but they did it because
Yeah.
they were like, all right, I want to give my team the best chance of winning on this comp. I'm going to play Mei. I'm going to be restrained, have big Mei walls, not try to be the biggest playmaker out there, but make the crucial plays when we need to win.
Yeah, sometimes the hero play is doing the thing that you don't want to do, and even if it isn't, if it is, who knows? We'll never have the answers to that until eventually we get to talk to Irrational. But either way, the comp that UCal Black showed in that Brawl comp, it worked. They'll push them up to 2-2, and they are at least sitting towards the mid of the pack as we turn the halfway point of this split. So I expect to see that if they refine this a little bit more, they can continue to climb up the ladder.
I'm looking forward to the rest of the season. Look fantastic on a composition that's really strong right now. So that's a great sign of things to come for them. That is going for Sam and I on the mic tonight. You can keep up with us at our Twitters right around here. And for Luke and Skylar on production, great job. They'll be hanging around for game 3, but take care. We'll see you next Thursday.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill. I know life's short, so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't playing no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb.
A particularly solid record so far. They really want that win, but of course, the team that's down 0-3 might want it just that little bit more.
Yeah.
They can put themselves alongside the other team, and then they're both on 1-3 scoreline after this game. Of course, to get there, they do actually have to play some Overwatch. If you can talk about it all the live long day. So let's see what map we're going to be starting with. We're going to start, of course, on Control, our favorite map type of all, since we've seen it a lot. Because it's the first one, it's the last one. It's always the map you get to play first, and in tiebreakers, it's great. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we've kind of noticed in the last little bit, the other thing to kind of highlight is the fact that compositionally, it's been an interesting evolution over the last little while. Even as we look at Control, right, it tends to be very chaotic. So a lot of we've seen a lot of rush based around sort of a Reinhardt, even a little bit of Ramatra in this patch, and of course, Dive has been center stage at on Control. Due to the chaotic nature of engagements. And so I would not be surprised to see either of those two, extremely disparate and yet extremely comfortable compositions on this starting map.
No, exactly, and because we're starting on Sanctum, which always has that danger of the environmental kills, we will be seeing some shenanigans that play a little bit more into that. There's a very good chance we see Force, for example, come out of Lucio. Even Qubit on that Orisa will have some idea to potentially put someone into the pits to find Zenyatta's treasure or Mondada's treasure, depending on who you think owns it or usually owned it. As you start at the gate, it will definitely be a very varied lineup. The only real coherence here is that there's a Cassidy on either side.
Of course, this is going to be really difficult for Qubit to stay alive in, and there it is. The Mei wall comes through, and then the AoE damage of Rhino to follow in, and they do a great job of dodging the javelin spin to not be pushed off the map, and Montclair stay at red. A very aggressive start to this round will give them fight number one, will give them control, and I think also force Florida Polytechnic to switch their composition, have realistically Montclair State's red's really good and close, and Florida Poly gonna have to find a way to break down some of that damage dissipation that can be applied with the Mei.
If you want to break it down, the Bastion's always a good way to go. The spam is out, the transformation is done, and now it's Montclair State's red turn to go, because both the Nemesis Storm and the Bastion transformation are now depleted. Maybe a hard one to hold on to this objective if you want to keep going it, but a good anti-nade comes out from Justice that completely disables Rhino. The C4s come back, though, with a beautiful boop. Off the map goes the Legend 27, and that does mean it's a fairly even fight to continue this. Not that easy to stay alive, though, and when Reinhardt gone, or Reinhardt not really gone, but now gone, there's going to be a hard one to stick on that objective when the Ramatra is still rearing and kicking, and Qubit's getting close to the ultimate as well, so it's going to be another hard one to get past.
Yeah, unfortunately for Montclair State Red is they allow Florida Poly to get to the objective, and they can't wall off anybody and collapse on that. And that small window that you highlighted between the Nemesis form and the transformation of the Bastion was swiftly, that advantage was swiftly lost, and Florida Poly, rode that damage or that extreme damage throughput to burn down the Reinhardt as we saw. Montclair are going to have to start playing around this Blizzard. Expect them to try and rush forward and use it as they find an individual player out.
Don't even need it. The Shadow's good enough, and the wall to block something off. Triple kill, quadruple kill comes in. That's the full team wipe. They did use a couple of other ultimates, but that Blizzard, unfortunately, is still in the bank. But, FL Poly's going to be fine. They got 5 in the bank.
Yeah, that's a very expensive fight for Montclair, right? It's 3 ultimates that they had to take that fight when Florida Poly used nothing. Now, I mean, surviving the blizzard is going to be critical at this stage of the game. Dodging it would be a difference maker. If not, though, if they can dodge that, then they've got all the tools they need. Annihilation into the nano boost right through.
No, they got full on in with the nano boost. It's a lot of damage, a lot of survivability for that Ramatra. The wall doing absolutely nothing. And with only just those two ultimates, they just do a team wipe of their own. Got the point flip back, and now they still got 3 in the bank themselves.
And not only did they use only 2 ultimates, they actually got C45's sound barrier response, and Montclair seemed to be unwilling to invest heavily into that despite the sound barrier. And now Florida Poly's so close to actually forcing the last fight. Sound barrier, walking through a choke point into the Bastion ultimate is going to be really difficult. And of course, Music with a overclock, one of the deadliest ultimates in the game, especially if you just spam fire the body shots with it.
For an opening for that Blizzard, it might be a long-range one. They're going to try and throw it in this little room, which is great because the Bastion's going to get frozen before they get their ult off. No, they do still get Obliv. Unfortunately, the Legend 27 just in time with the ultimate to get an elimination out of it. There will be kills going back and forth, though. Ramatra of Cubit with the Nemesis form, obviously getting punch after punch. Will be slowing down Maidenless with the Vortex, and when all said and done, it's still going to be FL Poly Esports that gets the win here on the first point.
That's a really good setup by Florida Poly to deny the pressure that's coming in from Montclair State Red. And I'd like to highlight the fact that the Legend 27 underneath in dropdown in that sort of room beside the objective sees the Mei running at them and still doesn't overcommit, uses the ultimate to the Bastion's ultimate to make sure they eliminate the main healing from Montclair State Red. And with the Baptiste out of the sort of conversation, Florida Poly can sustain their way better than their opposition. So good heads up play despite being under extreme duress. And that'll give a first round over to Florida Poly fairly easily.
Nice and smooth rollout. The Symmetra's going to stay for Music as well. Sure, it's already up. It's tricky to get in there from Montclair State Red. They are still going to get there with the Mei. Will find themselves a little bit of time to get the turrets out of the way, and now the engagement is going to be fully underway with that Symmetra being discharged. Rhino gets a double with the Fire Strike, though, and a charge afterwards. I mean, we talk about Rhino. This is not the Contenders player Rhino, but he might as well be.
Just a really good setup. Reinhardt obviously with a 100 damage on the Fire Strike. That's back-to-back through into the backline of Montclair State, of Florida Poly, and Montclair State ride that to a very easy victory. This is now back-to-back rounds where on first fight, Montclair decisive in their approach. Florida Poly gonna have to give up a ton of space and reset as a result.
For an opening here, already get the first elimination with that Ramatra Nemesis form. It's so deadly when you get up close, especially for that Lucio. Just punch, and gone is the little frogman. And now, though, they're going to get into the objective. A couple of more eliminations to go, and they just push him in a corner. Nothing they can do on the side of Montclair State Red. And as easily as that first fight went, as easily the second one goes for Poly Esports.
One initial pickoff, and then an anti-nade to force Rhino back, with the tank forced to sort of play passively. Legend 27 walks around a corner, and Cubit and Bastion just combine for damage. Now, Cubit also has the Annihilation. I expect this to be the first ultimate used in this fight. Montclair State Red need to slow the game down and try and play for a Blizzard here.
Might hold on to the Annihilation because they got a couple of ultimates online, but they're trying to get into this objective for now. The Blizzard's already out, will be on the very middle of the objective, and it does zone out what Poly Esports wants to do, but not quite enough. Almost gets a charge onto Justice. Will cancel it and try to go for the Shatter. Ana on the ground will get fire struck, but that's about the only thing that will go down after another hammer swing. They will also find the Legend 27, but now it's just the Sojourn and the Lucio versus the lonely Reinhardt. You can get dodged and ducked away. Montclair State Red, though, they get the respawns. This is an opportunity for them to try and turn this fight. No ultimates online aside from that sound barrier. Eventually, Maidenless could throw it a high noon, but that's about it. As the Annihilation is also here. C-Force loses the sound barrier to another punch. Cupid relentless with those giant Ramatra arms. And almost it looked like a turnaround with Montclair State Red. They're gonna walk away with a tail between their legs.
I mean, critically for Florida Poly, they don't actually commit much, right? They actually have everything except the overclock at the ready. So this next fight is more about order of operations than anything else. I mean, Annihilation is probably the opening game. They're likely going to nano boost it.
That's just yet the wall's in the way. Khan, Delaware Macho, when he's in front of it, will use the Annihilation to prolong their Nemesis form and keep on going. No Nana boost needed, no Nana boost possible because Justice already out. And gets a double elimination when all in the far end. Montclair State Red, though, they got a fair few eliminations on their side. It's just Maidenless that will go down. Both supports against Qubit. 30 HP on the Ramatra. Will we finally get found by Uplift? That point will flip. There's a lot of casualties and a lot of quick re-engage possible.
I mean, Florida Poly are going to go for a fast reset, actually, as Qubit goes over to a Wrecking Ball. They want to just take this fight right here and now, expecting to win it all the way out.
Ultimate's ready here. Maiden was looking for their Wrecking Ball, of course. Doesn't even need the ult charge. Just going to try and look for the eliminations now. Potentially with the Sticky Nade. A very annoying ability to play against as a Wrecking Ball. Legend 27 was Nana boosted. Didn't really get much with that other than disabling a couple of abilities for his shield from Rhino. But Rhino doesn't need a shield. He's got a Maywall on the way. Shatter's almost there for that Rhino. Another beautiful anti-nade from Justice, though. The Shatter does come out. Will finally lead to the death of the Legend 27. Maidenless finds him with the High Noon. Now it's all pushed forward for Montclair State Red. They found one and they want all 5. They're just going to get 3. That's going to be enough for now.
I mean, this is going to be final fight, actually, on this round, and Montclair State Red have the closeout utility. Remember, Florida Poly has to contest the objective, which is the domain of the May player, and with a Blizzard in tow, really all you have to do is wait for them to get on the objective, use it, and then take the remaining players out of the conversation.
I was going to say, even Cubit's going to have a hard time going on to it, but he's got the minefield ready. That's a lot of area control also for Montclair State Red. And with that, they already find the double, including with the overclock. They're going to try and find a little bit more. May out of her ice block. Phil finds Zelos with a beautiful headshot as well. It's just click, click, click for the Sojourn of Music. I want to see them gunsink that. That would be beautiful.
That'll be it. That'll be map number 1 over to Florida Poly.
And what looked like such a promising fight, Lafon, turned around at the end. Unfortunately, the Blizzard was not as good as the Wrecking Ball play.
Yeah, really. I mean, Florida Poly, I think, clearly recognizing that the win condition established by their opponent is based on that Blizzard. And rather than overcommitting and trying to respond, just play outside the objective, right? They tag out just long enough and essentially nullified the May the entire game long. So as we move into the next couple of maps, it is going to be very interesting to see if the May remains, if it's going to be this kind of Reinhardt brawl that continues to be on sort of on lock, and if so, can Florida Poly continue to remove the efficacy or minimize the efficacy of the of what is essentially a game-winning resource, as well as they were able to in game number 1.
It's always a question. You never really know what's going to happen in these other maps, especially after Control, which is always such a defining game type in terms of the maps that it gives, the geometry that it gives, the playstyle that it sort of forces onto teams. So there is a very good chance that we will see some other playstyles, but it also, again, depends on the map. We've seen map diversity actually matter a lot in terms of what teams prefer, but also what seems to work a little bit better. So maybe the map choice and also the map bans will make a little bit of sense. Of course, we have the system here where the winning team gets to ban a map in the next map type, and the other team gets to pick it, the team that just lost the map. So we'll see exactly what we're going to get out of that as they make those choices.
Yeah, it does allow for a case if there's a map that specifically plays to a style that doesn't work for you, then you can just kind of get rid of it early, which gives you an extra benefit for winning, right? So in general, as we kind of look forward, I think one of the other things too to kind of highlight is that for Florida Poly, despite them winning game number 1, they weren't really required to showcase much in terms of flexibility, right? They were able to kind of run their one style all the way through. And so for both teams, there is a question of, do we have different looks from these squads? I mean, we saw Qubit on the Wrecking Ball, so there is some element of flexibility there, but as well as the Orisa and a bit of Ramatra, so clearly willing to kind of shift around. But the rest of the composition didn't really change so much. So that is going to be an interesting thing to kind of notice when we move into the further maps, if they do change compositionally.
Yeah, I'm sure. You're all ready for it, to see some diversity. I know we are always ready to see some diversity, not just because it things shake things up, but I like seeing players' flexibility and teams' flexibility. not just the adaptation, but also the individual skill, and sort of how they synergize with each other when they're on like completely different picks. Like there's so much to that and so much to the dynamic that yeah, you can break down this one thing they do for 4 maps in a row, but it's always fun to see something change. It's going to be a ban on King's Row though, Lafon, so no direct Reinhardt shenanigans that are sort of guaranteed. But Midtown, still possible, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting look, I think, into sort of the thought process of Florida Poly, that they don't really want to kind of run this Ryan head-to-head mirror. So I like this ban on King's Row. I think clearly your opponent has showcased that they want to run this Reinhardt May even on Nepal for as long as they did. So to highlight to ban King's Row, I think makes sense. It also highlights a case for Florida Poly that they're unlikely to take the full Ryan mirror in this series. I think we can expect to continue to see when they run Brawl, it is going to be based around Orisa. It's going to be based around Ramatra. And the option, of course, it still exists for dive compositions, perhaps. But I think there is an element here where it's, can you pull away from where your opponent's strengths clearly lies?
That is always the question so far in their spawn. It seems like that's going to be a no. We do have a bit of a role swap at least happening. Not a full role swap. Going to be Obliv now showing the Baptiste and Novari on the Lucio. So of course the attack there might still swap. On the other side though, it's going to be Cubit starting on the Sigma. Sigma very good in the current meta. I've seen it picked a lot. Pick rate was very high, even according to the Overwatch devs. So we'll see how that's going to work out. I like the pick here personally. But looks like it's going to be Montclair State Red, not changing up too much.
Yeah, like I said, comfortability seems to be sort of their name of the game here for the Montclair squad. If they can isolate Cubit with this May wall, they can actually get a ton of value. The first wall is going to go wide. It's a big ante actually onto Rhino. You can't push in that nearly freely enough. And yet, even with that, the first elimination goes onto the Legend 27.
Legend 27 seems to be a little bit overconfident at times. Will get punished for it. Will also get res, but in the meantime, Music will get picked up. There's another elimination, still numbers advantage, with another Bastion transformation out with the damage boost of the Mercy. To be very, very annoying to get through, but Rhino had barely enough shield to work with, and of course, a beautiful lamppost to be a looked like a team wipe. Well, a potential first point control already, but Cubit, the ever-surviving tank, will just keep living. Gets 2 eliminations to get a bit Music coming back. There's finally the team kill horn coming through, though, with a little bit of luck, a little bit of haste. That point will just get capped before anyone else can get back.
Yeah, Euro going to get off of the Mercy now as they go to a Baptiste. I don't think there is even an attempt going to be a contest here. Yeah, going to just retreat to the high ground here. Our Florida Poly. Montclair State Red also, it has to be highlighted, actually get a lot of ult charge off that fight.
Sure.
And it's not really mirrored in kind by the Florida Poly squad, right? The supports did not generate much in terms of healing, so Montclair squarely ahead in the ult game.
Yeah. We do have Arrow switching over to the Baptiste, of course, from the Mercies. That has something to do with it. Music already taken out again, only accruing a very small amount of ult charge. We'll get Cupid down instantly. Good shatter, early shatter again from Rhino, who is just a menace on this Reinhardt. And even the anti-nates of Justice are not going to be able to save him this time around.
This is a really good setup here by Montclair State Red. A confidence that perhaps was eluding them a little bit in map number 1. This has certainly been a different looking squad entirely on this second map. At the
very least, they're already cleaning up their ult usage. No 5 ultimates for a team fight. That's only 1 shatter. They got 4 left. That they're gonna try and use them in this one, as Florida Poly is finally getting some of their own. 4 in the bank themselves. That's going to be an easy lineup. The nano boost on the Legend 27, though, is very powerful, very damaging, but it's going to be Zealous Blizzard that makes them halt for a little bit. Beautiful High Noon to follow on the Cubit, and now they got the tank advantage. How much damage are you going to be able to do with the Reinhardt shield in your way and the Immortality Field blocking your line of sight? It's a beautiful amplification matrix, though. We'll get 2 already at the fadeaway rocket. And it's just Rhino alone with the Baptiste trying to heal them up. They're both going to go down. Music finally showing their true colors. After being eliminated in fights so early, they finally had enough.
That's a really good recovery from Florida Poly, because they also bring out the sound barrier there from Montclair State. So where there was an opportunity, I think, to reconvene from Montclair with that ultimate advantage, it has kind of evaporated now. Florida Poly has equalized in kind, and now keep an eye on Qubit. This Terra Surge, it's actually a lot more deadly these days than you may expect, especially with a counter that the shields can no longer block it.
Yeah, very damaging, but you know what's also very powerful? It's another Rhino Shatter. Every single one of them just seems to find at least one, and usually more than one elimination. Beautifully done again. Setup is good for Montclair State Red. There's the Terra Surge that you were warning about. Does a lot of damage, pulls a lot of people in, but does not quite do enough to get any eliminations as a follow-up. They were close, though. Nori almost going down, will be able to survive as more and more players on FL Poly are going to get pushed back as they're finishing up this fight. The payload is going to reach the checkpoint, and we're going into the third, into the train station. Grand Central is going to be occupied.
Really scattered approach from the defense of Florida Poly. They have not been able to focus out any of their opposition. Qubit pushing over to a Ramatra here. Will escape, keep themselves alive, so no stagger now. But Montclair State Red with a very, very hefty time bank. 3.5 minutes here.
3.5. So it's going to be great. They might need all the time that they can get, so they might be happy about it. But they got plenty of tools to work with, and Florida Poly not really looking at that much of their own. The High Noon's already gone for Maidenless, finds the Legend 27. No Resurrection anymore since point 1, so that's not going to be useful. A lot of push through with that punch, though. It gets a lot of penetration with that one, but unfortunately it's not going to lead to any eliminations aside from Oblev. Sound barrier will take care of that, and with only a few resources invested, still 3 ultimates left for Montclair State. They might just finish it out right here. It's going to be the attempt to touch the point for Music on the Ash. Will just get pushed away. He has the Bob ready, though. Will be able to push a little bit. Pop's not on the cart. Have to find a little bit more room to get the last few players away from this objective, as they do consistently take out the Legend 27 early in these fights. The Bastion cannot keep roaming and doing damage. They find the Ramatra, find the Mercy, Music, and then it's Justice, the lone Lucio to protect a point, and the wall block of Legend 27. That's completion with 2:31 on the clock on.
Really well done by Montclair State Red. Nori, I think one of the biggest factors in that, actually committing the sound barrier when they had lost their Baptiste in the fight. Recognizing that it was a fight that they're winning, they needed that tempo play, and committing an ultimate in a situation when you're down one can be a scary thing to do, right? It takes a lot of confidence in your team to do it, but Montclair State Red clearly in line with the rest of the team, think it's a winnable fight and are proved absolutely correct. So Montclair State Red, I have to highlight, this is a very different looking team than map number 1. What an impressive turnaround in the span of, I don't know, less than a minute into this map.
2.5 minutes. It's a very, very solid time bank to work with, and this team led by that legendary Reinhardt Rhino already working their way all the way through the enemy team with not really a lot of problems. Sure, they got enough support for it. It's a very, very solid engage speed that they're able to do. Like you said, the speed boosts have been on point as well, the coordination around those.
I think the bigger, the most impressive adaptation from map 1 to map 2 is that they're getting Rhino into position to actually swing away the tank, right? The same cannot be said for Florida Poly. Qubit is often caught out on an island, isolated, with no one to support them. So going to have to be an adaptation here from Florida Poly to sort of give more resources to their front line to be able to duel a squad that is providing a lot of support to Rhino.
Who else to kite the Reinhardt than the Kiriko Lucio duo with the teleporters and the Reaper, but unfortunately a charge will still get you Music. That's not going to be a fun one. Nice freeze attempt here onto Cupid. Of course, just a slow for now. Legend will find Maidenless. There's a little bit less pushing power on the defense side of Montclair State Red, but they're still getting pushed back. And with all that focus on the Reinhardt, the rest of the team can just do their work. The support is there. Mantra will fall. We'll find Oblev. It's not going to be enough to charge to try and find something here. Might be a little bit far right now. You got to be careful. There's turrets behind you, 44 HP, and they can just speed into you. But somehow, some way, the Rhino's the one that lives. It's going to be Nori going down. There is finally the attack on the Reinhardt. And what started as a potential chase down of lost targets might indeed have been a little bit too much. Point A under pressure here.
Obliv being the one that gets eliminated on Montclair State Reds comes back to haunt them in that state. Rhino, an ill-advised charge at that stage of the game. There's no main healer there, right? The healing throughput simply doesn't exist.
Oh, they're going to re-engage. Oh, they didn't quite get onto the objective in time. They do find Justice, so there is an opportunity to take a fight here and start holding this choke point. Something that Florida Poly was not able to do. There's going to be a little bit of a poke for here.
I mean, Rhino can open up the second point in the same way they did the first part. The shatter here.
Time.
Yeah.
There we go. That's a double. Music will fall. Justice will speed away, and they do find Obliv in the meantime, but it's just more value out of the front line of Montclair State Red. That being said, though, there's the Annihilation. Gets a double, and it's Zelvos V that is able to walk away from it. The no more Annihilation circle for you. Still a Nemesis form does a lot of damage, but Justice under fire from Rhino. This keeps going back and forth, and these are very, very chaotic and sloppy fights.
Yeah, unfortunately for Rhino, though, the spawn for Florida Poly just a little bit closer. So the Florida Poly squad comes back in to avenge their fallen brethren, and will now head to the Midtown Tunnel. So significant progress being earned here.
Look at that difference between Rhino and Cubit. They both used their ults in that fight. Rhino's almost got another one. He's going to have one this fight. That's a beautiful Blizzard to set it up. No wall to walk away forward. They can only go back. They're going to get Cubit, most likely. Maybe one or two more. No, it's a good Symmetra wall to block it off. There is the Death Blossom from the Legend 27. Won't find anything, but at least will keep themselves out of harm's way for a little bit. And there's indeed that Shatter they already charged up. Unfortunately, a little too tall to go through that tunnel when there's a cart in the way, Rhino. But you will still find a team kill. Yes, it was Cubit that died a little bit too soon to make the horn sound, but we all know you got it.
Critically, Nori does not use the sound barrier in that fight, right? Having this sustain is going to be tremendous for Montclair State Red, and I expect them to, anytime, a fight perhaps starts to go a little bit south, will return fire with the sound barrier, allowing them to sustain through. I mean, the biggest thing now is going to be the Kitsune Rush. How do you find value out of it? Montclair State Red but honestly, just wait this one out. I don't know that you want to challenge the fight right now. Wait for this to kind of evaporate and then return to the fight.
Yeah, Music wants to go bruh, but I don't think they're going to give him the opportunity. Unfortunately, Music finally does transform, and we'll find a little bit of damage here and there. Eventually gets Nori on the ground, and there we go. That's a triple kill. They stop the card barely before it touches the objective, but when the team kill comes through, it will still get there. 4 minutes on the clock, Lafon. Even more than Florida Poly had.
Yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate timing there. Credit to the Music, though. Identifying the Lucio as the one to focus down. Keep in mind, that sustain is only useful if Lucio is not being focused, because using the sound barrier when you're taking damage is an easy way to lose the sound barrier.
Saw it happened before. Music under a lot of pressure, though. Almost going down instantly in that fight. Very good at focusing down the Bastion as Montclair State Red at this stage. Justice tries to get their team out, but they can't get away from a Blizzard and a Shatter. Maybe an overcommit on that combo, but at least they get the full team wipe in less than a second.
I mean, if you're Florida Poly, you're happy with that fight, because you'd already lost Justice at the start of it, and Montclair reply with an Earth Shatter and the Blizzard. And now, I mean, the Annihilation realistically is going to force the sound barrier here from Nori. Then you have a sound barrier of your own into a Death Blossom from the Legend 27. You're feeling pretty confident about this upcoming sort of situation here if you're Florida Poly.
Already the initiation with the Nemesis Storm. There's the Annihilation to follow it up. It's a good sound barrier, also a good Immortality field. There's a good bit of pressure on the Qubit, so you can't really continue that. But there is the combo with the Death Blossom. Gets the quintuple kill. Almost got the ace. Qubit just had to steal that little tick on the maiden list. But that's a full team wipe with no issues whatsoever. You're a Bastion ult to stop them in the spawn. Gets one Immortality field, but nothing else. Look for a couple more shots. They're not going to get anything. They have to touch the objective here. They will be able to do so with the May, and Rhino's there as well. Maidenless finds one with the High Noon, but that's about it. Looks like that's going to be a team wipe once again. And with 2 minutes on the clock, so does Florida Poly Esports finish. A little slower than Montclair State Red, but 12 seconds is barely anything.
That is not a significant difference in the grand scheme of things. And Florida Poly, I mean, under pressure, that third point is just drawn to perfection by the offense. I mean, almost exactly as I highlighted it, the play went through, right? Mirror, use the annihilation to force the sound barrier, use yours to sustain, and then the Death Blossom gets all the kills at the end. It's a pretty play, and executed perfectly by Florida Poly.
Yeah, it's a Florida Poly looking to get another attack out. Last time around, they took a little bit of time to capture point A. It wasn't as clean as Montclair State Red's attempt at A was, but they got the job done in a fairly quick pace as well. So let's see if they can improve on that. Both teams definitely need to work a little bit on their defense.
We'll see if Montclair State Red can resist the call to chase down isolated players as it cost them somewhat in that first
I was
defensive
gonna say,
theirs.
it kind of felt like they lost the point rather than Florida Poly winning it, right?
For the first, I think for the A point, yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair. Second and third, Florida Poly really had a game plan that was
Of course.
executed to perfection.
They got some momentum out of that. Montclair State Red, though, they're going to have a second chance at this. Nothing changes in terms of composition here, although Maidenless of the Soldier is a slight adaptation. I want to get out of trouble a little bit quicker, relocate a little bit more. Well, we're going to Zealous V under pressure. Nori goes down, and that's a charge going out there from Rhino. I think they charged Cubit out of there. Makes sense. I think it might have been Legend 27. Who knows? Legend 27 will fall on the Reapers. Not really much that matters about it now, but Cubit, so accurate with these punches, gets one music, finds Rhino. That looks to be point A broken open once again. Not in the same way as last time, a little bit more convincing, but still break open nonetheless. There is going to be some recontest, some time being wasted here on the side of Florida Poly Esports. They're still going to be able to get the objective.
I mean, the one thing speaking of is you cannot go down in this main choke point if you're Montclair State Red. This next fight is going to be of critical importance, right? For the offense, winning it puts the defense into overtime spawns, which means that you'll likely capture the second point. For Montclair State Red, they can actually end the offense right here with a well-timed Earth Shatter, a fight-winning, a round-winning piece of utility if you play your cards right here for Rhino.
They do have to hold on to it for long enough so that it matters. The Annihilation is out. They do stop it with the Blizzard and the Shatter once again. There's still 30 seconds on the clock, LaFon. They pulled the trigger too soon.
That is way too early of an ultimate commitment from Montclair State Red. And Florida Poly, I mean, it's not perfect for them either, right? Justice actually uses the sound barrier, attempts to do so, and does not get value out of it. Florida Poly still have to be a lot more careful on the closeout here, especially the F Matrix that's coming up from Oblivion.
Oh, those fire strikes are so good from Rhino. Finds one again. Nice Bastion ult come out. They'll actually find Nori. No more sound barrier this fight from Montclair State Red. That might actually decide this fight already, as the Legend 27 pushes them in a corner together with Cubit, and that's a wipe on Montclair State Red. I mean, the Soldier's running away, but what's he gonna do in his own Maidenless? Now you're teamless.
That is a very good hunt down from Florida Poly. Absolutely no mercy shown there. And with the overtime spawns, as long as they are, this is going to mean that Mainless is going to spawn right as the card is going to be trying to, or they're going to contest right as the card is going to get to this checkpoint.
See the engagement come through. Rhino almost ready with another Shatter, though. They're going to be careful that they don't get caught out by that. Is Florida Poly. Good sound barrier to sustain, and the entire team will not quite get Obliv out of trouble. Rhino looks through the area for that Shatter, but they're walled off by their own team and will go down before they can even use it. Florida Poly, everything is falling apart for Montclair State, but everything is coming together for them.
Now, there is a single opportunity here for Montclair State Red. This Shatter, I mean, Rhino has been so good with them up to this point. Gonna have to have another big one, but they have to catch Justice critically because the sound barrier here will be enough to sustain all the way through, and if they don't get the eliminations off the Shatter, then the Annihilation will come in right after it, and Florida Poly can close this map out.
Is looking for the angle, gets a double onto the 7 and the Cupid will get the charge up. The sound barrier protects everybody, like you said. There's the Annihilation. They will get a trade-off, but in the end, that tank ultimate is just too much for Matra in the way. We'll just wait for this May to come out of our ice block. Duration will run out. So no more ultimate, but that's not even needed anymore. It looks like almost to be just another map completion here, Lafon.
I mean, at this point,
Who's gonna stop him?
realistically, it's going to be the Blizzard, but the damage has already been done.
Yeah, Zealous not even out of spawn yet. They got another Bastion ult to block off some respawns. There goes Music with the tune of the Bastion. We'll throw it out. Maidenless will fall, and Rhino goes incredibly low. There's Nori on the objective that goes down. The Blizzard is out. I don't even know where it went. I don't think it might have just been canceled by the death, but even that would not have been enough against the overwhelming pressure for Florida Poly Esports as they complete the map of Midtown a second time.
Overtime is a strange beast within Overwatch, and if you get caught in a snowball, it is extremely damaging. Florida Poly basically would have required the only win condition that Montclair State Red had available to them would have been an Earth Shatter that prevented that sound barrier from being activated, so that the follow up could come through. But because Justice played away from the AOE of the Reinhardt's effectiveness, kept the entire team alive, and Florida Poly snowballed all the way into the full cap. And I mean, you're looking at that fight at the gates of second, right, where the Earth Shatter and Blizzard were used in conjunction, but just 20 seconds too early. If that had been an overtime fight instead, Montclair would have only had to have captured the first point. Instead, they now have to complete the entire map a second time just to keep the series going.
Yeah, the series will still be going because they will only be 2 maps down, but the map, yeah, that will definitely have to keep going if they complete the map again, and they have to, like you said. You don't want to end up with a 2-0 down after 2 maps. Montclair State Red with their attack, not choosing to change up anything. Maidenless back on the Cassidy. We saw them already on map 1 and a little bit of map 2. They do get to the objective quickly, no time to waste. The May is now there finally from the Legend 27. They do actually instantly wall off a couple of players, but it's kind of the entire team, so they didn't really do much. Rosali Field will save a couple, but not enough to save the DPS, and they're Obliv as well. Unfortunately, that first attack is not going to lead to anything from Montclair State Red, and they look a little bit broken.
I mean, keep in mind that for Florida Poly, all they have to do, they're okay playing as aggressively as they like because they have so much buffer room to work with. And they, in overtime, they only have to win 1 fight. So by playing this aggressive setup, they set Montclair on the back foot. And it's essentially the mental game more than anything else here now for Florida Poly. I mean, Montclair needs to find a pickoff here. Maidenless, a stray headshot would be a fantastic opening gambit here.
Use the wall to get around the fire truck here, get close to the objective, force a fight to the place where they want to go. And they do find the Legend 27 with a headshot from the Hanzo. That's at least a good opener. No more May for control, but it's going to be able to get stuck on the little bus stop over there. Gets taken out instantly by Music. Music finds another, and this Bastion that used to be the Legend 27 is now Music, as being a menace in the backline of Florida Poly Esports at the moment. Another transform Rhino under pressure, cannot do anything. The Annihilation to finish it off, and another team wipe will come through. In 35 seconds, I mean, you said they have to win one fight in overtime, but realistically, now just have to win one more fight.
Yeah, and Montclair are just a little too far from anything. And keep in mind that this is now where panic starts to set in if you're the offense for Montclair. Even as they get a bunch of resources online here, they have to win every fight from here on out. And I foresee them overspending on this next fight just to get this first objective. That's the first ultimate. That's the second. There's the third.
Yeah. They just all throw them out, try and find anything they can. They do find a double right there, but there's made the backline. Legend 27 moving for a little bit more. Might use their own Blizzard. They're going to commit to this. They want to try and get it, and with the Kitsune rush that's out, it's a lot of firepower coming out from that May. Twice as fast with those right clicks. Oh, Ramatra gets the finishing punch onto Zealous, and with the Bastion ult, that's going to be a Rhino falling. Overtime ticking down. Can anyone get there? The Trace is going to try. Maidenless won't even make it without a blink. Florida Poly Esports, it looked a little bit hairy after that first defense they did, but no problem since.
And they now sit at match point. This is going to be the Death Blossom on the third phase of Midtown. Yeah, just all the defensive utility evaporated. It's one of the easiest times to press Q there if you're the Legend 27, right? So Tragically for Montclair State Red, I think they had a really good attack, and just the presence as a team from Florida Poly was a little too strong through the rest of the map. But um, difference wise is not in the mechanics; it's in that sort of presence under pressure. Florida Poly just understand where they have to win and don't panic, don't overcommit, and they take the victory on that map as a result.
Yep, unfortunate for their opponents who are now down 0-2. Of course, they are already down 0-3 in the entire season, so they're really looking for something to hold on to. But what can you hold on to else than those beautiful attacks that they had? Because they did have a couple of really good moments. And as long as they don't drop the ball outside of those moments too much, they might actually have a chance to come back into this series. Of course, after 2 maps, we got to take a little bit of time to tactic, a little bit of time to talk about it. So we're going to throw to a very quick break before we start map 3. Don't go anywhere for the conclusion of this series.
The only way to win at life, I never miss, that's fact. Taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? the game, win it life, have no shame. There's no time, feel the pain, live the grind. I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb. The only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact. Taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill. I know life's short, so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Last game of the night here. Bringing myself in. And Joker's Ransom doing a little bit of substitution duty coming in here for the last game of the night. We've got the UCLA Bruins Academy team going up against Sesu out of Canada. Go Canada. I've got my hat somewhere around here. But you know what? 1-2 teams coming in here. They're looking to get themselves to 500 on the season. The other team's going to be 1-3 after this and looking at an uphill climb going to the latter part of this spring season. And Joker, I tell you what, this one could be a certified banger.
It really could. Like you said, both of these two teams are 1-2. So it has stakes here. You don't want to go down 1-3 at all. You need to get to 500. That's everyone's favorite thing in sports. You're above 500 or at 500. You're doing well. And they've got to come in on to this with this the first and to take the first map is what I'm trying to say and get the momentum in their favor.
Now, just to give everybody a little bit of a clue here, Joker just came in like 5 minutes ago, so he may not be completely up to speed yet. But you know what? I'm going to be here. I've got all the energy for both of us. So as he takes you through the play-by-play, I will be talking about what we got going on the map. And you know what? It's going to be Control, Hybrid, Escort, guaranteed. And then we'll see if we have any map types after that. So, you know, as we take a look at these two rosters now, we're going to take a peek and look at Oh, not ready yet. Okay, we'll talk more about, you know, what's going on here. They're both sitting at 1 and 2. They're at 7 and 8th, respectively. We've got UCLA ahead by 3 map points. So that's why they are in 7th place right now. So they've got a -1 map differential. I think Sisu has a -3 differential. So, you know, coming into this right now, they got a -5. So it's a 4 map difference between them. So even if, you know, Sisu right now has a bit of a struggle, if they go 3-0 here, they're going to put themselves at 500. They'll still be down in -2 for the map differential, but it's definitely a better spot for them to be sitting in.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And like you said, going in, they're down. But hey, 3-0s are always your friend. And they'll still be down, obviously, but getting the wins, always good. I'm still trying to figure out what to say with, like I said, I've just kind of woken up, Billy. And
I know. I can tell. Normally you're like bouncing off the walls. I'm usually like happy. No. Okay. So I mean, look, we just got to get into the maps. That's all the real difference between these two teams is that we need to get in the map. We need to get a decision out here today because, like I said, one team will be 500 as we enter into week number 5. This is week 4 of the NECC Spring Split. And we'll see, you know, how are we going to be able to go through there. So we've got our map ban coming through. They banned Antarctica, and we're going to go ahead and go to Nepal for our first map. So, yay, we're not going to Lijiang Tower, thank goodness, because I have seen enough of Lijiang Tower to last me a lifetime. So, you know, as we take a look now at those rosters, we'll take a look and see who's got lining up for who here. And we're going to see UCLA first. Macris, Chingus, Astro Hippie, Yawn, and Panzer are going to be your Bruins Academy team starters for the day. You know, we've got a mix-up of senior versus new blood coming in here, Joker. And, you know, I look at, you know, when we have seniors on teams, I think that they have an edge just because of the communications and the ability the fact that they've been in the ecosystem for a minute.
And not only that, it's their last ride. I mean, they're going into seemingly the adult world after this. They want to go out on a high, and looking for Macris to step up here for that team to get them into that 500 club as we go over and take a look at CESU Black now.
Yep, Canadian team here, and you know what? We've got the same blend here. Aesthetic Sock here, Phi, Knave, Sock, and Spud Rug. I like that. Rug made out of potatoes. That would be fun and tasty all at the same time. But Aesthetic Sock right here, senior here, looking to see what they got going on in the DPS department. You know, this is a couple of teams that I have not had an opportunity to see yet. So what I'm really looking forward to is, you know, some good gameplay. You know, we're kind of in the upper end of the divisions here, so we'll see. You know, we're probably looking about 3.8 to 4.0 here as far as the SR 3.8 to 4.0 ish area. So, you know, there's the map differentials. There's the head-to-head record as we've already talked about. And Nepal will be our first map here. So 3 different metas here. I usually call it 2 kinds of metas. I think that Village and Shrine, you can basically run the same thing. You know, with maybe a little bit of a change up here and there. But Sanctum obviously is the outlier in the outlier map of Control. So we'll see. We'll see as we head in here. We are going to be, in fact, on Village to start off. And, well, we'll take a look at these compositions and see what Astro Hippie and company got going on for UCLA Bruins. And we'll see what Sisu Black has coming out here for the Canadians. We'll see, you know, Symmetra getting you out from the spawn first. Now, I really want to see if they're going to actually stick with Symmetra here, or if they're actually going to swap over to a Tracer or a different hit scan.
Ooh. Interestingly enough, there's still obviously time, but Knave is okay. I was about to say I'm gonna play Zarya. It's not really what I mean, not really what you want to play right now, especially running into Reinhardt from both of these two squads. We're seeing only a real difference in the support and that DPS, or sorry, DPS line.
Well, I mean, we've also got a Baptista in here from CESU Black. So we've got the Baptista. They're going to be looking to have that immortality barrier up quickly. So, I mean, big difference right now is that you've got a hit scan versus May. So, I mean, you've got walls versus pure damage output.
We'll see how this works out for them as they're trying to rotate to the point already. These two Reinhardt swing vying for the position. UCLA Academy are going to take the point early on. They've got an upper hand in this fight, but can they keep it as the charge comes in? But Jan goes down early in the fight. That should wrap things really up as the rest of UCLA collapse onto CESU.
No way out for Panzer. Yeah, he gets just murdered down there. And UCLA Bruin Academy, I mean, they really did get out positioned there in the first fight. So CESU really coming out strong here on the back of some really good walls from Phi. Also from Xenox getting those Symmetratel turrets put up fast.
I'm so dumb. I'm so... Okay. I'm brain fart moment again. Now we're going into this part. CESU is on the blue side, not the red side. The scoreboard's messing me up here, Billy, but they're coming into this fight now yet again and have already taken down Chingus in this fight. They're looking to keep this going. The Photon Barrier is out from Astro Hippie, but it's not going to matter at all as Xenix is putting on a clinic right now with Symmetra.
I mean, Symmetra is so strong right now. I mean, she's just basically unbeatable, especially with the burst healing that's coming out from Sock. You've got the immortality barrier in case there's like a really strong point coming in, and we look at the Shatter already out from Knave. So you're looking at Deadeye. Not much you're going to be able to get up against it, especially if Xenix throws up that Photon Barrier. You're not going to get any joy out of that. So, I mean, you've got to take down the Symmetra and the Reinhardt to get any value out of this Deadeye.
Yeah, as they're going to have to rotate here. Astro Hippie on the Widowmaker looking for an angle. Can they find something here, Billy? It's not looking like that's going to be the case as the Blizzard comes out as it's all CESU yet again. Spudrug finding that Lucio duel in the end. The Shatter comes out though. Jan trying to turn the fight with that, but the Sound Barrier now in response as CESU continue to dominate.
That's just easy GG's for this map. I mean, there might be a last-second touch, but for all intents and purposes, CESU are going to go ahead and take this first map. And UCLA Bruin, they never were able to really establish any kind of point control or be able to contest the point. I think that's on the back of not being able to deal with the May. We saw a really good performance there from Phi on the Ice Devil. So we'll see what happens here on Shrine. This is not probably where UCLA was hoping that we would go. They were hoping that maybe we would go over to Sanctum. But it's going to be Shrine here, and no changes here for CESU Black. We're going to go in with we're going to see the monkey come out. Winton Overwatch coming out here for UCLA Bruin Academy. So they're going to be looking to really disrupt what Xenix was getting done with that Symmetra.
Yeah, oh, well, maybe not. They're going to go over finally to the Ramatra here, Billy.
Well, it looks like they're going to answer this Symmetra once again. Big magnetic sticky grenade gets in there and gets a lot of damage going in. It's all going to be about if I can get somebody walled up, which they do, this should be the fight.
Yeah, and Knave goes in with the charge, takes down Jan, and that's really going to wrap things up. Like you said, the rest of CESU are able to capitalize on that and take them down. The team kill gong sounds.
Oh, man, you love to hear that sound if you're the Canadians right now. They're really establishing point presence. Yeah, I like the fact that we're going over to a Winston now. They are actually going to do this. They're actually sweeping up a little bit more here as well. Panzer over to the Mercy. We see Marcus onto this Ana. So you're looking for Nano engage on the Winston.
Yeah, as they're again over to this Widowmaker from Astro Hippie here, still trying for that one shot potential to open the fight up in the favor of UCLA, but they're not really making the space that they need as Knave just walks in on them, and Phi has already taken out one of the DPS on the side of UCLA Bruins, and they can't really figure things out when they're already down by one, and it's showing right now as CESU continue to hold on.
Well, they're using the teleporter to get themselves in and out of engagements as well, very smartly from Xenix. So, the Widowmaker pick here, I mean, you got killed by a Baptiste. That's got to be a little bit of a shame point there for the hit scan. But you know what? I mean, this is all about engagement right now, and Chingus has a Deadeye. Let's see how they get out of this next engagement.
Yeah, they're going to try to figure things out. Astro Hippie still trying to make this Widowmaker work, but it's going to be Chingus coming in here to start things off for UCLA with the Shatter in response, but they are going to find a follow-up with that charge, but the res is there, so everything's looking good now for UCLA Bruins. They're going to have to survive this blizzard, but there's not really anyone on point to deal with them as UCLA Bruins finally get their first capture of the night.
Well, I mean, it took them 2 maps that they finally got it through. And it was a little bit of an overcommittal there from Nave that really started the dominoes falling into the Bruins' favor there. Nave with the Shatter onto the Helpless Mercy and Cassidy. You went for the pin there. Instead of holding back and letting your healers make sure that you were available in the fight. So here's a rotation coming through from CESU.
Yeah, they're going to pop this Amp Matrix early on with that Photon Barrier, give them that extra space, that extra from damage, but it's not going to matter. That Deadeye still doing work, even but right now, it's still anyone's point at the moment, but with this Primal Rage coming in from Yawn, juggling Nave almost off the side of the map, but they stay alive thanks to the charge, but it's still looking good for UCLA. Astro Hippie finding a shot onto Xenix to continue this hold for UCLA for the time being.
I mean, they use the sound barrier in that fight as well and gets murdered for their effort. So, I mean, lots of work here to get done for Bruins. They need to be able to hold in here. Doomfist swap here for Nave going in, so they're looking for the back line to get them stuck out.
Yeah, in the middle of all that, CESU got the point flip, so they have the point to. This is their fight to lose. They can win this, and they're done. As it looks like they are. Everything going right from CESU as the overtime bar ticks down. The Winston and Symmetra, the only ones left, but it's not for long as the overtime bar ticks away. As CESU Black takes map number 1.
They won that fight 3v5, by the way. That's kind of scary because you saw Nave go down with the backline charge going in, and I mean, Fi going over to the Edgelord really got the work done with that. And I mean, we saw Nave. Nave is a very good tank, would have been a main tank back in the day. And really got the work done here on the Reinhardt. But I tell you what, Joker, the fact that they won that fight with no ultimates and also 3v5 and still came out on top of it, that is some serious work that got done by the members of CESU. So they take the 1-0 lead here. First to 3 is our format here. It's loser ban, or winner ban and loser pick. So... and then the winner will get to choose whether they're on attack or defense from here on out. So we'll see what the Bruins are going to go ahead, or we're going to see what CESU are going to ban. We'll see what the Bruins are going to bring forth as far as our hybrid map. I mean, Kings Row should not be a place that they go. Seeing how Nave did on the Reinhardt, that should be avoided at all costs.
Yeah, I expect that probably could be the ban coming in. The ban coming in. But then there's still a couple of other Kings Row. I'm thinking hybrids Kings Row. That's how much I see Kings Row in competitive play. Hybrid. There's Midtown that's still an option as well for a good Reinhardt based good Reinhardt, as well as Eichenwald if you really want to as well. It's not going to be interestingly enough, it's not even Kings Row they're banning, Billy.
I mean, this is the winner. Yeah, the winner ban. So they banned Paraíso out of Brazil. So I mean, it's going to be loser pick here. Yeah. And UCLA. I mean, this is their map choice. So I mean, you've got Midtown. I like that map for non-Reinhardt metas. I mean, you can run the Ramatra there. You can run the Monkey there. I'm thinking that would be a pretty good choice for them. Also, hybrid-wise, I mean, you're looking... Oh, gosh, I mean... I don't know. I think Kings Row, they may end up deciding to do it just because of the familiarity with it.
Yeah. but like we were saying, I mean, Nave was so good on the Reinhardt. It's hard to think of a reason why you go to Reinhardt. Obviously, like besides that the comforting feeling of Kings Row being that picked map so many times. But other than that, I don't know. I think they'd have better results on like a Midtown or an Eichenwald here.
I mean, they're taking their time. I can tell you that. They're taking their time trying to decide what map it is actually going to be because, you know, they may have had designs on Paraíso with the Winston there because Winston was starting to get some work done running in with that Ana pocket. So, I mean, for me, I think Eichenwalde would be probably one of the better choices for them. I think that Eichenwalde could be pretty good for them. I don't know. I think that we're probably going to go to Kings Road just based on familiarity, and we're starting to get towards the end of the ban phase here from them. So we'll see what actually comes out and comes to pass.
Yeah, we will indeed. But other than that, I mean, let's talk about that first map, Billy. I mean, besides Nave dominating on that Reinhardt, there was a lot of good plays as well coming in for the rest of CESU. I liked really what Sock was doing on that support role.
Yeah, agreed. I think that, you know, the Baptiste really allowed a lot of damage to incur, and you have to deal with the immortality barrier whenever it is put out there, and he used it very sparingly. Also, like the Ant Matrix coming out from Sock as well. I think the DPS being adaptable was also a huge boon for them. So we're actually going to go to Blizzard World. Didn't even think about it because I rarely see it, and I tell you what, this could be, you know, in response to the Reinhardt that came out there. This could be a Sigma map. Sigma works very well here. Points A and B, you generally want to run either an Orisa or a Reinhardt on point 3. You can run Orisa the entirety of the map, but I think you do need to have some kind of damage mitigation. But the Orisa actually makes more sense, especially since we did see the Mei quite a bit. I think that being able to fortify and not get affected by a blizzard, not be affected by the freezing beam of Mei, would also be a good counter to that. So we'll see how this is going to roll in for them. Map number 2 is going to be Blizzard World, Joshua, and we're going to see how these two teams are going to square off here. CESU, of course, are on a 1-0 lead so far. They took both sub-maps of Nepal in pretty dominant fashion. So, you know what? I think that Nave for CESU right now has to be a target for the Bruins. Take down the tank, and the rest of the team will topple.
Yeah, I mean, it's also what your comp is really around. I mean, like if you, like you said, like, you take down the tank, you're pretty much running for your life from the rest of the team coming into your face. So I mean, like. That has to be your priority there. And then obviously picking up the supports in the back line as well to stop the that can also be one of your good places to start to get rid of the tank, because obviously you're healing the tank to keep them alive. But I'm excited to see if they can either get I believe it was, Yawn away from their supports or their DPS that are really trying to peel for them and continue to capitalize on them.
Well, we'll see. We're going to see the Bruins come out here on offense first. So, CESU, their defense will be showing up here in just a couple of seconds. And, yep, as I called it, we're going to have a double sniper look. So we're going to have what I call the shooting blind. I don't know if you remember from back in our CGL days, Joker, but shooting blind is where you have the Sigma with the experimental barrier up there looking at both lines of sight approaching the point. You have to make them come to you. And, you know, you just basically give yourself a free fire situation. Also looking at the Zenyatta and Sock back out on this Baptiste. You know it, Discord Orb, still one of the most powerful cooldown or abilities in this game. People have been crying for it to be nerfed for years, and it will never happen because, you know what? It gives you a little bit more to think about, and I don't think it needs to be nerfed.
No, I don't think making DPS, or sorry, supports that can DPS is a lot better, I feel like, for the game. But we're seeing the Widowmaker duel here, Billy. Can who's going to find the first shot to open things up as Astro Hippie looking down the line. Not going to really find anything. They're playing the sight lines well, but they're going to have to focus on the rest of UCLA as they go in onto the point here as the slam comes through. But Nave already starting things strong for CESU to keep that point in their favor. It looks like Jan is going to have to probably back out. No, maybe not. They're still vying for this position right now.
I mean, that's what Doomfist needs to do. Oh, my word. Knave just, picked him out of the sky there with the hyperspheres. I mean, this should be a one fight here for CESU blacking out. Yeah, there goes the tank down. Everybody needs to back out at this point. I mean, Jan, almost 80% to their first meteor strikes. I mean, in a minute, that's not bad, old generation. The thing is that what are you planning to do with the rest of the composition? You're looking for Jan to go in, but then you've got mid and long range hit scan. Nothing in to really follow up on the dives going in from Jan. I think we need to see a tracer with this composition.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you. Something to get in the back line, but hey, maybe not. Chinggis gonna take Fi out of this fight, and now things are gonna open up more for UCLA, especially with the Meteor Strike coming out, taking away that immortality field, and this is looking more and more likely for UCLA to keep pushing forward and getting this point open. But Sock is going to use that Amp Matrix to try to turn this fight, but I don't think it's going to be possible. They're already pushed all the way back away from this point.
I mean, that'll be point A. In about 2 minutes here for them, there might be a chance for Fi to get onto the point, be able to take some stuff out. You taking down Chinggis is a good start for them, so they do have time to get on the point. There it is. There's the touch. Oh, my word. Takes a kunai to the face. But the Gravitic Flux is out, but he did not Sigma 9 there. I thought he got off the point.
They're able to come back in here on that Gravitic Flux as well and continue this hold on, Billy. This is miraculous coming in from CESU as Xenix finds the head of Marquis and sends them back to spawn.
I mean, that's an incredible hold there. They had no rights winning that fight. Once again, we see them, even with the numbers down. It was on the back of Fi getting onto the point. Yeah, they lost their life, taking a kunai between the eyes, but it allowed the rest of the team to get on there, allowed Nave to get that Gravitic Flux and use the extra little bit of momentum and speed that comes from hitting that ultimate. And now they're just turning the fight all of themselves, and we're almost at a minute left on the clock.
Yeah, it's not looking good right now. Astro Hippie finds another headshot, though. That can open things up now, change the tide of this fight, but maybe not. It's getting down to that the nitty-gritty. They need another pick, and they need it now if they have any chance to hold on and get this point. That Kitsune Rush could be huge. A lot of damage coming down from Jan right now, but that Transcendence is going to keep everyone up and healthy. They've got to find something with this Deadeye. Can they find anything? No, they cannot. It's still looking improbable, but as Spudrug finds the shot onto Astro Hippie, but maybe not. They've got those 2 picks in response now, and they're going to be able to open things up even further as UCLA at the 11th hour are able to take on the point.
I mean, Fi just needs to get off the map and get themselves out of here. They're circling like a bunch of sharks in blood water. And there it is, Fi finally getting taken out. But, I mean, the damage has really been done here because now 2 minutes 30 to get through Streets phase here. You've got Gravitic Flux and Amp Matrix up here online and ready to go. Fi back over to the Hanzo here, so they're going to have vision to see the approach.
Yeah, as Astro Hippie's already started things out well for UCLA, and that's what you need when you're running this Widowmaker, taking that lone hero away that's not really movement, doesn't have that good of movement, and keep them in spawn, and that's what working now well for UCLA. But they've got this Gravitic Flux to come back in, and they've caught out Panzer early on before the Flux damage does its toll as the CESU comes back strong on the back of Nave.
I mean, Nave really putting the work in there on the Sigma. The tank is doing their job, getting it done, and you're looking to build up more ultimates on the back of this. So, I mean, the Amp Matrix was used, and there we go again. Astro Hippie finding poor Zenyatta out here. Spudrug has not been able to play the game here since about the midpoint of point A. So, I mean, Bruins right now, they've got an answer right now. They've got an opportunity to get a little bit more cart push, but they've got to really dislodge Nave to do that.
The real question is, when are they going to finally change off of the Zenyatta as Astro Hippie continues to find their shots and continue to push back UCLA for the time being as they continue to get picks. They're going to just have to reset as Chingus in the backline is just, they're just not letting Spudruggle play the game, and that's working out well for UCLA.
I mean, this is just stubbornness at this point. You need a little bit of speed to help get your tank around. I think going over to Lucio here, you had a fantastic performance on Lucio in Nepal, so why would you go ahead and mock it out? And I mean, that is 4 straight first kills there coming out from UCLA onto this Zenyatta. So, I mean, this is time to change.
Yeah, it really feels like the New York Yankees with their picks of like service time. They're continuing to use Zenyatta when it's not working out for them. But I mean, it's still they're still finding solace. UCLA continue to go forward. The nice punch just stops the slam pretty much, but and continues to let UCLA work, and they're just gonna have to back up as CESU.
I mean, CSU is just not getting their feet set, and I mean, losing, 20% of your team at the start of every team fight is not the way to go, Chief.
Not at all. As Nave tries to roll through, gets a slam down, but Astro Hippie almost had another shot lined up to Spudrug there. That would have been another massive pick coming in from the Widowmaker, but Sock on the high ground with that Amp Matrix takes away that menace for Spudrug as they come through with Transcendence, keep everyone up and healthy to keep this point in their favor, and it looks like it's going to work out. Yon still trying to turn it around. They've got this Meteor Strike, using it, and oh my goodness, a nice rocket punch in the midst of the fall down, but not gonna matter, not gonna lead to a kill as CESU come back. Maybe not.
No, I don't know about this. This fight has been extended and prolonged here, and they know with the walls up that Phi is just dancing around here on this Tracer. Yeah, they're gonna be in trouble here.
Yeah, as they have to force recall. They're still so low, but oh my, they still find Panzer out of the fight early on, and that could change things up. They're not close to a Kitsune Rush, but it's still a lot of healing on, but Nave comes back from spawn and does what we've seen Nave do and change the tide of the fight.
I mean, Phi right now has been getting the work done too. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yon just went flying. That'll be overtime there. That'll be the last bit of it. So, I mean, point A, I mean, at the 11th hour, they get the point. Point B was a complete wash for CESU. Spudrug sticking with that Zenyatta the entire time. And then you used your Transcendence on really a lost fight. Kind of questionable there for me. So we'll do see what they've got going on offensively. We'll take a look at what UCLA are going to have coming out on their defense here. But, I mean, really, Astro Hippie and Chingus came alive on a non-control map, and they really started finding their sight lines. They started finding their bead on the enemy team and really taking them out with, frightening rapidity. If I see a Zenyatta Spudrug, once again, I'm probably going to tear what's left of my hair out.
You're gonna lose it on him, Billy. But I think he's heard us. They've swapped over to the Lucio to speed Nave around, who's opted to go over to the Reinhardt.
I mean, they're going in on Rush now. I mean, this is a Reinhardt Rush brawl composition coming in here. They're looking to just take space, cordon people off. I mean, Yon, once they use the seismic slam coming through and the uppercut, I mean, once the kid is gone, they're going to have a very difficult time being able to get out of these engagements. And Panzer has not chosen a hero yet. We might be having a little bit of a technical issue. No, we're going to pull the Kiriko out here, so they're going to be late to the fight. So 4v5 here in the very early goings.
Maybe not as late as you'd think because of the movement abilities of Panzer, but of Kiriko. But still, not where you want to be. You're not set up for the fight at all. By Yon in the backline, trying to punch them away, getting them away, but they almost get a nice wall, but it's still a UCLA Bruins. Maybe not. No, Nave is still just going to swing that hammer around and do as much damage as he'd like. He's getting that support in from the rest of their squad, but it's still one for one trade at the moment, but it still seems like they're going to try to take this out, wait to get someone alone, get this wall from Xenix on to Yawn.
I mean, that was a priority pick coming in for them. So, I mean, big anti-nade coming through. Oh, my word.
Yeah, that was huge, but Chingus goes down before they can really capitalize. That immortality field was huge coming in from Saw, keeping a lot of players alive there, and really leads to this fight win.
I mean, that's going to be point A in just under a minute here for them. There goes the last vestige of hope there. Well, Yob's going to come back and at least contest for a few seconds. Hopefully they can get somebody back in time, but that is not going to be the case. Point A and 5:10 to get through point B, and they're just going to leave the point here, move forward and take care of any stragglers. Yep, Kiriko's going to have to sidestep away, and that is going to be the retreat there. So now they can go back and really get the move going on. And I mean, that is a wonderful stagger kill coming out onto the Kiriko. So the spawn's not going to be very much in favor of UCLA here.
Not at all, as we're seeing. They're still trying to make this work here with the Doomfist. I mean, it's working somewhat, but it's not leading to as many disruptions as you would hope. It's not going to go in there with the Saleam down, but they're just taking as much space as they're really giving them. They're not contesting them right now, Billy.
They don't have the option. Oh, my goodness. They don't have the option to go in on the back of it. Yeah, I know, right? They don't have the option to clean up anything on the back of these engagements coming in from Yon. So, I mean, Astra P does take down Xenix. That's a priority pick.
Yeah, that's huge coming in now as the Meteor Strike's there. If they can take down the Immortality Field, that would have been huge. But the Rocket Punch is going to find its mark and take Spud Rug out and wrap things up. Astro Hippie finding two there late.
I mean, Crosshair's set on spawn, and, I mean, they got to think that there's going to be a little bit of a sightline here for them. Yeah, they're going to wait for Nave to come back. They're coming in with a Symmetra. So the swap over from the Mei to the Symmetra, they're going to teleport behind and take the back line out.
And I liked what Astro Hippie was doing, waiting for this stereotypical Overwatch jump, getting out of spawn, try to line up that headshot. Didn't work. Almost got, I believe, Sock there, but Slams coming in from UCLA, trying to take things out, but they're going to have to force back, rotate around, wait for these respawns. They're walking into a lot of ultimates coming in from CESU as they're just going to push the point for the time being.
I mean, Shatter should be huge. They do have the Kiriko Cleanse for that. I mean, they already had to use a lot to just get out of this. Sock is going to go down.
Yeah, they're going to... Sock has used their Immortality Field, but there's still a lot of things going well, but that Kitsune Rush can change everything, but maybe not. The Fire Strike is true from Nave to keep this fight at a 4v4 for the time being. But you definitely like CESU still able to continue to push forward, and they're going to get that Lucio back a little bit quicker, but the punch comes through. Not going to find anything. Another anti-nade coming in from Marks, the Maker, there, as the Meteor Strike finds Drew as well. And it looks like UCLA are able to hold on to this defense.
I mean, this is completely different here for them. I mean, Astro Hippie and Chingus both coming alive here. Sock is, or I'm sorry, Nave is going to be in serious trouble here. Yeah, that's it. Gets the punch in at the end. So, I mean, the work was done there by UCLA. And, now, we're looking at Phi. Phi needs to be able to get something done. They need to be able to close the gap on this Widowmaker and, deal some damage to this Doomfist. He's really stepped up his game here, Jan has, and is really making life hell. So yeah, Nave going in with this Winston now. That's going to put pressure on Astro Hippie and really give Jan a lot of room for pause.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. But they've got to figure something out. They're gonna have Fi's Deadeye, but other than that, it's getting really low. It's down under a minute 30 here, Billy. When once they had 4 minutes and 51 seconds on the board, things are looking dire from them, and especially if they lose this fight, it might be over, but Xenix is gonna go down early on here. The dive comes through from Nave trying to take out a Panzer, and they do get the kill, but it's still, whilst they're taking that away, they're able to get 2 others. It's still traded all around, but it's looking more and more likely UCLA are gonna be able to continue this hold.
Well, I mean, that's a priority pick there, taking out your mirror in Chingas. And, you know, we've got Deadeye up here. I mean, other than the power block, nothing online here to really stop a Deadeye coming in, other than, you know, maybe shooting him between the eyes when he lets loose with the ultimate. So, I mean, you know, you've got to be very careful when you let loose with this ultimate, but they do have the opportunity to rotate around.
They're gonna rotate around here, find that magnetic bomb onto Yawn, but it's gonna be Yawn again, finding a pick on a sock, but oh my goodness, they almost find that without any contest, but Fi's Deadeye might have solidified it, but maybe not, as the rest of UCLA continue to just do what's needed from them, and we're able to continue this hold on for the time being, but it's still anyone's point at the moment, but coming back from spawn with a Deadeye kill, gonna really wrap this up, but the Sound Bear's still invested. They've got to win this out. It's overtime. They have no other choice to win, and they get the point, Billy.
Oh my gosh, and they don't have to spend the, well, they do spend it in the end. They have to expend that Primal Rage, and there goes Marquise on the end, or Macris out in the end. Nice juggle from Nave in the corner.
Wow.
This is going to buy them space. They're going to have to really be able to take down this Doomfist, and there it goes. So, a minute 10. Kitsune Rush online for them. That was the entirety of the ult bank for UCLA, by the way, in that last fight. That sound barrier that came out from Spudrug was absolutely massive. Now you're looking at Kitsune Rush. You're looking at the Pulse Bomb getting around the corner here. Astro Hippie. And to counteract, the Tracer has brought out the Torbjorn.
I do really like Torbjorn right now. I love just seeing the rivets coming through, especially the rivet headshots, but maybe we'll see some of those. Right now, the Kitsune Rush is the one that's stealing all the glory. The Pulse Bomb comes through as well. Not going to find its target, but it's still going to make some space for them and able to continue to push forward. This Tac Visor could be massive. They're all lined up for them, but they're able to stay away long enough before that Meteor Strike does its work, as Panzer continues. Nave goes down, and by the hands of Panzer there.
Well, I mean, 7 seconds left on the clock here. They've got to get a touch. They've got to get it now. I don't know if they're going to be able to touch.
I didn't even notice that, Billy. I was like, what are you wowing about? But then I realized it clicked. Overtime bar ticking down, and they've already lost Spudrug there. And this is not looking good. The Kitsune Rush is now on the board. The Deadeye really clears everything up as the overtime bar ticks away as UCLA Academy take map number 2.
Well, we do see the tie here, so now it's a complicated 1-2. And man, UCLA, after getting just absolutely swept in the control round, Yawn on this Doomfist, staking their claim to this second game of the series, and just had their way, and there was no answer from CESU. We saw some changes come through at the end of point B and into point C, but I mean, they didn't deal with the Widowmaker threat enough in the beginning. So, I mean, you saw Astro Hippie getting, you know, shot after shot, taking down people. We saw the stubbornness of Spudrug on the Zenyatta on point B for their defensive stage for CESU. So I think, you know, faster counteracting of what's coming into you. I would like to see a Sombra, personally, to deal with said Doomfist. It does work. Junkrat, also very good in running with a Doomfist coming in. Those traps can be a nasty damn thing coming in. And what we really need to see now is, what are we going to see from the CESU as we're going to have the winter band here coming from UCLA Bruins, as I take a look here and find that. So yeah, actually we're going to take a quick little break here. Don't go away, folks. We're going to let these two teams catch their breath, and us, and we'll be back with you in about 5 minutes.
right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Welcome back, everyone. It is time for map number 3 here, Billion. Well, we've got a tied series on our hand. Nothing matters. Now it's a 1-2. Who can get the upper hand now is the real question. Is it going to be UCLA, who's come off that map win, or are they gonna, or is CESU gonna find what was in their, I don't know, maybe their water, their gamer juice or something on map number 1 to get in and back into the series lead?
Well, we'll see UCLA ban Shambali for our escort map. So, I mean, looking at what we saw there, looking at Doomfist, how well Jan played that, I would think that Rialto would probably be a pick that might be in the wheelhouse, especially running with a Reinhardt or running with a Wrecking Ball, which we did see come out from Nave as well. So, I mean, we also saw the Winston. So, I mean, those are all good maps. Dorado, also a pretty good map. Doomfist doesn't work as well on Dorado. Yeah, you can use the uppercut to get yourself up into the high ground, but then you're kind of stuck there waiting for your cooldowns to come back. So We will see what the actual pick is coming in. I think it's coming in right now. It is going to be, in fact, Dorado. So, yeah, they're trying to kind of let Jan can get done on this Doomfist. And I think that this will also play into the Winston probability coming out from Knave and company. So we'll see how this is going to play itself out, Joshua.
I really think they just wanted to be with you, Billy. They were looking at stream, saw your background, and was like, hey, let's go to Dorado.
I like it.
But, yeah, I'm excited to see this Dorado pick coming out. Maybe some more snipers coming in from these two teams. You know, all about the Widowmaker plays that we've seen on Dorado, in Owl and other places as well. But other than that, I'm interested to see if we there is always a possibility of that close hold near those doors, but I'm excited to see how these two teams decide to attack or defend this. Really,
I mean, high ground's going to be at a premium for the defense, and that's going to have to be something that the attacking team is really going to have to focus in on if they do decide to go with more of an aerial threat. We haven't seen Ash come out here. Ash is one of my favorite DPS players here, especially on first and second point. Bob is always, a wonderful thing to see, but just, having that consistent damage from on high, and the, Dynamite seemed just to do so much better when you're up on high and you can just throw it on their unwitting heads, especially with not running a shield tank per se coming out of UCLA. This might be the opportunity for the Canadians to be able to get on top of them, really limit the exposure that's coming in from the rest of the team. Now, Astro Hippie has shown us nothing but Widowmaker except for a brief swap to Torbjorn, so that's going to have to be a priority pick that CESU, what we didn't see on the control map, we definitely saw there on Blizzard World.
Yeah, definitely. And we also do have a side swap here, Billy, so that could change the tide of this this series as well. Getting that chance to defend now is UCLA Bruins to start things off, to set the pace, how they want to take this fight.
Well, I mean, it's all going to come down to, once again, I think this high ground is going to be a priority for them. They're going to have a swap in here. So Jan is out, and Sebastian is in here on tank. That might be their Winston specialist or their shield tank specialist coming in. Same DPS coming out here for UCLA. So they're going to have a little bit of a barrier here, actually, once the bubble goes down, unless Sebastian goes in for a dive and decides to use it on themselves. They're going to have a little bit of wiggle room right here. We also see Aesthetic Sock coming in on the DPS, bringing the Echo out here. So, this might be a bit of a change up here, and if they're going to have the Tether in the sky, this is actually a very dynamic change here for CESU looking offensively.
Yeah, I'm excited to... there goes all of that. Sock already back to spawn. Astro Hippie setting up on high, and like I was talking about, those Widowmakers on Dorado hit different, and it's working out well for them so far. They're still looking for these shots here, as we also have Sebastian in on for UCLA Academy here, like you mentioned, on this Winston. Trying to make space, trying to peel for their team, and it's working out well as Astro Hippie yet again finds another shot.
I mean, this is where I think I would swap to perhaps the Diva, getting the defense matrix out there, being a little bit of a... Yep, there it is, the swap as I call it. So
you must be a mind reader.
No, I just cast a lot. I mean, but this is going to provide aerial protection. The defense matrix is going to stop those sniper shots from coming in. Once they locate where this Widowmaker is, they're going to be able to get up there and really deal with the threat that is Astro Hippie. And also, there's no recharge time. Once that bubble's gone, this Winston's going to be under serious trouble.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing Sebastian play well, but finally finding that sight line onto Astro Hippie. It's quickly rezzed up, and they can make the space now, get into places, but maybe not, because, well, Chinggis is going to find a couple, one with a Deadeye and a nice shot to the dome as well, as UCLA are just holding on strong right now.
I mean, Aesthetic Sock actually getting some cart progress there, which they did not realize. I don't know if they realized that Sock has gone over to this change here onto the Tracer. So, I mean, there's going to be lots of abilities here. And there goes the Nano out.
Nano boost on to Makers could be huge, but well, the sleep is there, so you're getting it away nice and scot-free without really having to deal with that Nano Diva. So they're still trying to make this space, but in the meantime, their Ana Sock is alone and found out by Chinggis. Again, this DPS duo, I don't know what it was on map number 1. They found a new life and are continuing to look good for this UCLA squad. But now this overclock's available and things could change with 1 or 2 shots. But they're not able to line it up in time. But it still looks like CESU have the upper hand, and they do indeed continuing to move this cart.
That was a baby pilot for Diva that killed. That made the kill there. So we got the remech there. We've got the recontest here. We've got Pulse Bomb. Chinggis is out.
That's huge. And Sebastian swapped over to your favorite hero in the game, Billy Orisa, now on the board as Nave gets a little some exit kills as well with Aesthetic Sock.
I mean, this is great swap here for them. They're really making this composition work now. Needs to get those boosters online. Yeah, you need to go in with that. Go in with your Diva. Go in with your Diva and make it work.
And Nave almost fell out of mech before a real fight engaged, but it might be Sebastian the one to go down as Aesthetic Sock takes away that health pack, gets the D-mech, and really just the UCLA has to wait now.
I mean, that was an important DMX. This is going to give them so much space. It's going to give them high ground control as well. And the self-destruct comes out.
Yeah, because they lost their mech again. They got it back, then they lost it, and now it's gone again as they've lost lost the pilot form as well as CESU off the back of Fi and Nave get that team kill.
I mean, that's great swaps once again. I mean, Fi just decided that they were going to swap off the Sojourn, bring the Echo. So you got the aerial threat back out once again. Now into this next fight, you're going to have both support ultimates ready to go. There's a last second contest.
This is unfortunate. Yet again, Sebastian is the first one taken out for UCLA as they're going to be able to get that cart to point number 2 off the back of it as Nave is going to chase down these stragglers with the help of Fi on this Echo. And they're just forcing them back all the way to spawn, but hey, they find a pick onto Astro Hippie, from Astro Hippie, and are able to come back now maybe.
I mean, you know what? Them pulling out the Kitsune Rush was a huge boon for them. Pulse Bomb is ready to go for Aesthetic Sock, so looking for this DM to come out. They know it's probably on the board.
Yeah, as they're going to get that nano boost as well. Both of the Divas getting nanoed, but Mackers is down and out early on thanks to Aesthetic Sock's Pulse Bomb. The self-destruct is there. The remake is denied by Astro Hippie, but it's still looking good for CESU to continue pushing forward as the Echo copy comes through and takes down Astro Hippie. The Deadeye already online, finds one, continuing Fi, just defying the logic of everything, continuing to just dominate right now.
Spudrug definitely making up for what happened there. Points A and B and also on Blizzard World. Really coming out strong here.
Yeah, Nave getting that blow up to the face, taking Astro Hippie out of the fight. This is all but over. They're just straggling to try to even touch, but that's not going to even happen as CESU come in on with a 2-minute 18 time break, which is pretty good considering where they were at point 1.
I mean, they really steamrolled through point B, didn't they? That was a rolling rock that gathered no moss, and they really took it to UCLA, and they adapted on the fly. You saw Aesthetic and Fi and Nave, for that matter, really swapping around their compositions to make it work, and that's what you want to see. Here at this ELO that we're in right here, you need to be able to identify and eliminate threats as they come up, and be able to adapt on the fly is also one of these hallmarks that I look forward to. So defensively now, for CESU, we're going to see the Winston once again. We're going to see Fi and Aesthetic Sock once again coming out on the Tracer and the Sojourn duo. So I think that they're going to be very wary of Astro Hippie coming out the gate. They need to get a priority pick right out away. This is a great map for Wrecking Ball BT Dubs. Wrecking Ball versus Winston here is going to favor the mobility for Sebastian here on this Wrecking Ball. So it's all going to be about going into these nano engages for both teams. I mean, juggle the Primal with nano on the back of it. Definitely going to be something I'm looking at.
Yeah, I'm also excited. Oh, maybe. Oh, they decided to swap off of Hanzo at the last minute. Back to that Widowmaker who's seen Astro Hippie do wonders with, as they're looking for that shot, looking for an engagement from anyone really, and it's going to be Nave to start things off, trying to burn down this front line of UCLA, but they're the ones getting burned down for the time being. It's UCLA finding all the shots they need, getting this damage down on to CESU as the swing through comes through. Still not going to find anything, but there it goes finally. That secondary fire, that deadly fire from the Sojourn working its wonders for CESU, burning the res as well on to Astro Hippie to get them back in the fight, but there's them. There they go back to spawn as CESU hold on for the time being.
High ground is at a premium right here in Sebastian. Even though we saw them get the pile driver on top there, the support was there, the healing resources were used. We're gonna see Sebastian now come out on this D.Va. So what we saw has now been flipped here for CESU. You're going Winston v D.Va. D.Va should win this matchup 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think Sebastian might be more of a main tank person, but hey, they're getting a free cart progress at the moment, so they're gonna go in. But Astro Hippies lost their life already. The res has to be burned to keep them in the fight. And there's the nano boost on to Dave. They're throwing everything at them, but not gonna be able to find enough damage to keep them at bay, as Aesthetic Sock finds that DMAC and continuing CESU are able to hold on.
I mean, we've got 2 minutes off the clock here. We haven't even rounded the second corner here under Archway. So, I mean, Pilot D.Va form, overclock online for CESU. I mean, they've only expended one ultimate here and really have managed their economy so well. Astro Hippie, I mean, we're looking at 3 ultimates coming out here for UCLA. They've already invested this Primal Rage going into this. So, really, this engagement should be a win here for UCLA if they play their cards right.
Yeah, I was confused by that Primal Rage there, Billy. It didn't really seem to serve a purpose, but that bomb definitely served a purpose coming in. Spudrug out of this fight, who had that Kitsune rush available. That's huge going into this. Fi has to try to turn this off the back with this overclock, but they not seem to line anything up. Aesthetic Shot does get that DMAX, so that is a huge amount of damage now gone, and they're able to get into this fight now without that peel from the D.Va to try to take out the rest as Panzer goes in, but a Goomba stomp comes on through from Sebastian, taking Sock out, as UCLA are going to be able to the ones to come out on top.
I mean, that self-destruct was so huge there for Sebastian and UCLA being able to clear the point there and get the Kitsune rush off the board. Now, lots of time was taken there, and there is the last-second contest coming in.
It is, but the Kitsune rush is used early on from Mackers, and Spudrug, yet again, not able to use their own rush in the fight, and that seemingly leads to UCLA continuing their push of the cart.
I mean, Aesthetic right now is getting so much work done on this Tracer. It has almost built up to another pulse bomb. Wow. That's a nice flick there from Hippie, but I mean, looking at this next engagement, the entirety of the ult bank was really expended there from UCLA. So 2:36 on the clock to get through Streets phase. Nave coming up somewhat close on another Primal Rage, and they have control of this high ground.
And they need to keep a control of this, as we're seeing UCLA. Oh my God! What? Oh my goodness! They rolled right into it, I think, Billy, as that is going to be CESU coming out off the back of the Aesthetic Sock's 2K Pulse Bomb.
I mean, look at Nave there, getting the work done too. Really nice engagement there from Knave. That pulse bomb, though, really set the fight up. They get it about halfway through here. Point B, 153 left on the clock. Self-destruct ready. That's a priority pick coming out. Fly out them fight.
Ooh, that's a nice sleep dart, though, in response from Sock, taking Astro Hippie out of that. But again, they have this Mercy, so that ability to get them back in the fight is huge. And, well, they're already doing work, taking Knave out of this fight and continuing UCLA's march through second point for the time being.
I think that once this Primal Rage is gone, I think you go to an Orisa, or you go to a Reinhardt to deal with the
Ooh, as there's the Deadeye coming in from Chingus, catching out 5 before they can land that shot. But hey, maybe it doesn't even matter, because Aesthetic Sock on this Tracer is unlocking their Super Saiyan mode, finding another 2-piece in that fight.
Sorry, I had to sneeze there, so I had to mute myself. Allergy seasons comes early, but fight goes down once again. This is still a pulse bomb fight, ready to go.
Yeah, and we've seen what Aesthetic Sock's able to do with the Pulse Bomb, and Knave with this Primal Rage and the Nano Boost. This is a very angry monkey right now, Billy, and it's working out well for CESU, but now they're super low. They've got to retreat, but they've done the damage they've needed to.
And they hold on to Pulse Bomb. So, I mean, that's the next engagement tool for them going into this next fight, plus Kasune Rush. It'll be dueling rushes here coming in for both fights. The big problem right now is that Astro Hippie has this Death Blossom. They really need to be aware of this.
Yeah, this could be a letter rip moment from UCLA, but no, not even. As they're going to take them out mid-Death Blossom before they can really get going. As CESU look to stop this march of UCLA. It's working well so far. Spudrug and Knave getting in the picks they need and wrapping things up. CESU take map number 3.
Well, now they're on match point here. What a providential choice there for them coming through. They were able to adapt on the fly. We saw the adaptability coming out from UCLA too, though, Joshua. That was the big moment for me, was seeing, the adaptability. Watching Astro Hippie going over to the Reaper, seeing immediate results out of it. But Knave, man, got so much done. I mean, this duo of Knave and Aesthetic Sock coming in here was absolutely magical for the Canadian squad, and I really do appreciate a good Winston v Diva battle. The supports, though, I mean, for both sides have absolutely laid it on the line. This is not as far apart as people may think. This is actually very close between these two squads, and I tell you what, UCLA on the back foot right now, I'd be very scared about where we're heading to for our push map.
Well, there's only 3 choices, and I believe one gets banned, so there's only 2 in the end. And that's the question. What are you gonna get to go here, though, Billy? I'm trying to think. I don't really know which is the proper choice for these Bruins.
I think that first the ban has to come out. I think before we can really make any kind of really intelligent decision. I think if they ban Colosseo, that takes Doomfist pretty much out of the question. Colosseo is so good for Doomfist because of the entirety of the linearness of the map, how straight it is. You can get a lot done with a Wrecking Ball or with a Doomfist there. Also, Wrecking Ball works really well there too. So I think that if you're CESU right now, I think that you absolutely need to ban Colosseo out. That brings up Esperanza and New Queen Street after that. And, I mean, Doomfist, kind of good on New Queen Street. Esperanza, a lot more of a parkour course for a Doomfist. So, I think, if we do see the Colosseo ban come out, I think for me, the pick would have to be to Esperanza. Because you have good sight lines. Astro Hippie can come back in on that sniper. Chingus was getting work done with the Peacekeeper as well. I think for CESU, I think that you're wanting to see Esperanza because you do have the flexibility coming out from Knave. You can see the off tank, you can see the main tank for both for them. Now this also says, if we do go to Esperanza, do we see Jan come back in for the UCL Bruins because they had a pretty darn good Doomfist, and, well, that might be just the pick for them to go.
Yeah, that is the question, and it all really lies on the map ban that we're still waiting for. They've got to figure it out. There is, I mean, obviously, it's for the series here. They're trying to set themselves up for the win to get to 500 and set themselves up better down the line for whenever the playoffs start.
I mean, we've seen good Overwatch, though. We've seen
We have
picks and counter picks. So we've seen composition swaps. They banned Esperanza, so wow. That is interesting. So that leaves us with Coliseo and New Queen Street. New Queen Street is better for, I think, CESU. But we'll see. We're going to Canada. So the Canadian squad is going to be playing on home turf here for our push map. And, well, Doomfist can work here. But you know what really works really well here on the streets of Canada? Orisa works really well here in taking space. Also the Wrecking Ball as far as the tanks. So this is going to be an interesting choice here coming through. We're going to see if Astro Hippie is able to get the value out of, say, a Widowmaker once again, or are we going to see a Reaper come out and just start challenging the tank right away?
I think it really depends on, like you said, the tank. If they're going with the Winston for some reason on this, I think that Reaper pick has to be made immediately. Make Knave's life a living hell with those Hellfire shotguns, and make them switch off to something maybe they're less comfortable on. Maybe that Orisa. But I mean, Orisa's still so good, even if you're not that proficient on the hero. It's just probably one of the best tanks in the game, probably the best tank in the game. And I know you're loving it. You're a Orisa man yourself, Billy. And I know I'm seeing that smile. You're like, yep, I've been called out. You've been called out.
I mean, I am a donkey horse main, and I do love my battle cattle. I mean, she is in such a good spot right now. Yeah. So it's really going to come down to what choices we have. I mean, we saw Sebastian bring out the Orisa before, so that might be the way they go. I mean, with damage mitigation coming in and such a linear route, once again, it's a push map, so you have to engage on the point. So unless you're going to have the flankers again, Aesthetic Sock really got the work done on the flanks. So if you're going with the Orisa, you're going to have to be aware of that tiny pestilence that is a tracer. And then we'll see what goes on for the rest of the teams. But I mean, we've seen the support lines. I mean, the support lines have been really, really adaptable and have really changed to meet the moment here all series long for both squads. So, I mean, Kiriko, very strong right now. Still looking maybe a little bit of a speed Kiriko run through here. I think that would be a great boon for anybody, especially if you're running with that Orisa that needs a little bit of extra mobility. I think also having Sound Barrier, having that defensive ult in your back pocket, also going to be good. So there's lots of options here for the push map. We just need to see how we go.
Yeah, like you were saying, the flexibility of the support line, I think we've seen all but Moira and Brigitte so far.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
I mean, it's showing that they're a very flexible bunch. And you love to see that, especially in Overwatch 2, where the lines are a bit more blurred than Overwatch 1. Having that flexibility in your back pocket is huge for these two teams.
Yeah, it's I mean, this is going to be the map here for them. This is going to be where it all comes down here. Are we heading to a map 5? Are we going to close out the series here 3-1 for the Canadian squad? They're fighting on home soil here. Looks like Sebastian is going to come out on that Wrecking Ball, which I think gets a lot of work done here. It's also going to deal with some of that side pressure coming from a Tracer. So, I mean, it's going to force out recall. That is going to be the main focus here for the Sebastian of the Wrecking Ball. That's going to be their focus, is taking care of that threat.
We're looking at Astro Hippie is on a journey. I don't. Are they walking 500 miles? Or are they going to walk 500 more? Maybe not. But they're going to get mapped by Aesthetic Sock, and Aesthetic Sock's going to come out on that duel. I mean, and Tracer versus a Widowmaker at a close quarters. gotta give that Tracer the benefit of the doubt every time. And CESU are going to be able to get this bot under their control for the time being. Obviously, they're still going to be contested out, but they've got themselves set up for the good time for the moment. But Knave's at a kind of a sticky situation with the rest of UCLA right on them, but they're continuing to push this forward at the moment as the swap over to the Torbjorn is there as well, but still, it's not making the strides that you might have liked to as CESU continue to find these picks.
Yep, I mean, that's a great first couple engagement and a half, if you will, coming out from CESU. They've got the Pulse Bomb already online. The Zenyatta right now, I don't think is a very good choice other than trying to chunk down Nave, but I mean, the support, I mean, the burst there from them is too good. So right now, Nano engage here for Nave, going into nothing for UCLA. There's going to have to be some good rollbacks or knock-throughs and roll-throughs coming from them. So we'll see how this comes out. But that's a big priority pick.
That is huge. Nave goes down, and now they can change the motion of the ocean. The bot going back into their favor now for the time being, and they beat it before they get those forward spawns.
Well, the good thing is that Aesthetics didn't invest their full spawn into this fight, so I mean they're going to have opportunities to go through, but that is a Suzu out.
And Aesthetic Sock comes through yet again with the Pulse Bomb pick. And now things go back towards that CESU side of things with that Nano boost boosted Winston getting that pick there.
You almost said Winton.
I almost did.
You almost said Winton, and mines are out.
Mines come out here early on from Sebastian, trying to make this point a minefield, and it's not seemingly working right now as Nave comes in here with these juggles who've just been incredible, but they fall down in the midst of trying to take away that Torbjorn turret, but it's still fine. Finding Pex for CESU and continuing this bot progress for them.
I mean, there's still somebody contesting on the point, but they should go ahead and clear that out here nice and fast. So, I mean, Transcendence fight coming in here. If they can get a touch before you get to the butt scratch moment, this will be absolutely magnificent for them. But, I mean, 3 meters and counting, and they're afraid to go in.
I don't really know why they could have gotten it. They do eventually get it in the end, but they could have gotten it a little bit quicker and a little bit less precariously, as now UCLA are coming back into this fight as the Sound Barrier and Transcendence have been used. Who's going to come out on the upper hand? And it is going to be CESU with those secondary fires from Fly on that Sojin.
I mean, that is a great engagement for CESU. They pull out the Transcendence under the pressure of all the forward progress being done here. I mean, Sebastian is in a world of hurt. They're going to go down. What? The Deadeye?
The Deadeye comes in, but they're going to lose Makers there. But the swap over to the Reaper is there as well to find the pick onto that. And a nice javelin throw coming in as UCLA are able to turn that fight on its head.
And they don't get the point. They don't get the forward spawns either. They still did not get up to the 62-ish meters that it takes to get to forward spawn point. So, I mean, Terra Surge now online. The Sound Barrier is out, so that is completely off the table here for them. This is not a good look here.
But that's a nice engagement coming in from Fi and Nav there. As they take away Chinggis early on, but the Terra Surge is there, comes out.
Oh!
They're going to be deleted midst animation as CESU continue to get the bot back in their favor.
Oh, man. I mean, yeah, bye-bye, Astro Hippie. Wow. I mean, that was a great engagement there from CESU, and they do it on the back of a singular pick and then just proceed to annihilate the Bruins. No ultimate fight there coming out from CESU. I'm sorry, they did invest the overclock there, but already 40% up to their next one. That's how much work Fi is getting done right now.
The Kitsune rushes out, but it's not gonna find the value you would have liked to at all, as Dave goes in with that nano boost, takes them down, and then Fi just cleans the rest of them all up as CESU continue to push forward.
Pulse Bomb, Sound Barrier, and the Primal all coming up in this fight for CESU. They should get to about 90 meters. They bring the Brigade out, so now we've just not seen Moira all night long, and this is actually going to be great for Aesthetic Sock. They're going to be looking for that Pulse Bomb comes out.
Yeah, as they're looking, they get that Pulse Bomb. Not going to find anything as UCLA take the bot into their favor for a bit of time now, and they're going to try to get some good progress make. It's down to 4 minutes, Billy.
I mean, 4 minutes and a almost 70 meter difference. This is going to come down to a difference of who gets what done when.
Well, and that's going to be something getting done for CESU as both ultimates find picks for them as they're able to get the bot quickly back in their favor and are going to be able to get some more progress on this barrier.
Oh, no. I mean, the good thing here for UCLA is that they've got not only the Death Blossom, but they also got the Nano. So I think that's going to have to be their engagement coming in here and then clean up what you can on the back of it. But you've got a sleep. So Sock is going to have to be holding that. They have to know that Death Blossom's online.
Yeah, as, they're going to look for that early on, but Nave is taking Makers out early on. That's not what you wanted. She had that nano boost available, but that's not going to happen. The team kills there. They're probably going to get a touch here, Billy, but it's going to be close.
It is going to be close. There's the Nano. There's the Death Blossom out. There's the one kill down. And everybody else just backs away from it. So, I mean, you know, you invest 2 ultimates there. And
You
really
invest the Deadeye, too.
Oh, what?
They invested the Deadeye, Billy. They found nothing.
Oh, no. Okay.
Investment stock.
But, I mean, it wasn't with the Deadeye. It was just a regular shot with the Peacekeeper. So, coming into this fight, it's going to be Nano versus Rally. And Fi and Nave are just ready to go.
And we've seen Nave do wonders when they get this extra health, but a nice sleep dart comes through, but they're awoken immediately before they even touch the ground. As the Terra Surge is out, finding Spud Rug, and things are looking good up for UCLA. As Sebastian on this Orisa finding the picks they need to continue the bot moving forward for them.
They're brawling now, and they're starting to find their stride here, and I think that's very important for UCLA because they have really been stymied out of any kind of really decent push coming through here. Now it's 123 meters to 30, and I mean, you're looking to overclock. Once again for 5, we've seen how much work they've gotten done with this.
How did Chinga stay alive before Dave goes down? Fi gets that pick with the overclock. Another one bites the dust as well as CESU have this upper hand here, but they're still not giving up. They can't give up, but Sock with the anti-nades gonna really solidify this fight for CESU.
I mean, there will be Sebastian going down. Now we're at a minute on the clock here. You've got 3 ultimates ready to go here for CESU. Sock has been absolutely providential for this Canadian squad being able to deal with the pressures coming in. And now UCLA, they're on their back foot. They've got DPS ultimates coming up. They've got the Nano once again coming up online.
And they've got to figure something out here, Billy. It's down to 40 seconds on the clock. They're going to have to pretty much win everything out from here if they want to have a chance. For the Pulse Bomb really is going to come in early on, and I think that might be it as Nave and Aesthetic Sock, the dynamic duo, comes through for CESU.
I mean, it's 123 meters to 45, so I mean, you're looking at 78-ish meters in 15 seconds. This is pretty much done and dusted, especially with the sound barrier engagement.
Yeah, they're going to have to be perfect if they want any chance to continue this series, but losing Astro Hippie early on, the sound barrier catching all 5, That's gonna be huge for CESU. Now the overclock available with that primal rage from Nave as well. Wrapping things up. 5. The Death Blossom finds 2 though. That's huge. They may be able to know. They find Astro Hippie to sock. It's just the Ana left on point as the overtime bar ticks away as CESU are your match champions.
I mean, that's a 3-1 victory and very well played for them, other than what we saw on Blizzard World. They really shut down the Widowmaker play of Astro Hippie, forcing them off of their comfort pick there. Also looking at Fi. Fi stepped up so big here for them. And you know what? I really like that Sedek Sock, the substitute coming in. They got a lot of work done there as well. So, for your Canadian squad, CESU, they take the 3-1 victory. They go +2 up now on their previous map difference. So now they're at a -3, but more importantly, they're sitting on 500 for the season.
Man, 500 sounds so much better than 1-3 or 1-2, as they're able to come back after a shaky Blizzard World, I believe it was.
Yep.
And come back and show them they're the top dogs over UCLA. I would say top Bears, but I know it doesn't sound as good.
I mean, it was a good performance for both of them. I mean, UCLA had moments of brilliance as well.
Yeah,
I think that Jan got a lot of work done on that Doomfist, but I mean, I think map picks started to really play against him. Plus the substitution coming in of Sebastian. Sebastian did the best they could, really turned some fights in their favor. But I just think that the pressure from the DPS coming out from CESU is the real difference maker here. Also, Nave in the tank role, taking space, taking names, putting it back in spawn. It's all good.
Yeah, it really is. It really was. And they did fantastic. You did fantastic as well, carrying me through this cast. As well, Grissom and Hippie making us look good on the broadcast, showing us that it was exciting moments. Thank you all for watching here. You know what? Go get some sleep, especially you, Bill. You need to sleep. You need to sleep, mister.
I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed.
As that's it for us this week. Thank you all for watching. Peace out and have a wonderful rest of your night.